Welcome back to the stream, people. And cats. And other animals. I know some other cats probably watch Tuco. Speaking of cat, we've got some amazing cat going on. Still trying to find the right sustainable balance between all the different kinds of work here. So I tend to work pretty much all the time, but end up kind of pseudo-randomly dividing my time between streaming stuff and editing video and writing code and working on other parts of projects. Lately, I think a lot of this week has been CAD, and a lot of this week has been sort of yak shaving toward learning Rust. The latest part of that has been partially because I need it for this robot project, and partially because I thought it would be a good learning exercise. I'm writing a little Rust library for doing LED animations, kind of in the style of one of the example libraries that I wrote for Fade Candy back in the day. Back in the day, it wasn't actually that long ago, but and it's kind of simple on the surface. Like, it's just a little demo thing for Fade Candy that throws together LED animations, but because it's what I ended up using for some art projects that actually tried to animate a lot of stuff on relatively small CPUs, I actually have some somewhat advanced features in there to try to achieve the effects efficiently enough. Part of that turns out to be a lot of multi-threading features where it can break up the animation into sections that all run on different cores. That I may or may not end up having to include in the Rust library, but if I do, Rust should make that part pretty easy. The other thing is that it supports animating the LEDs kind of all individually by just writing a formula that assigns them colors, but you can also think of them as each LED being a window into a particle system where every time you render, you're looking for sort of the intersection between a big cloud of particles and a big cloud of LEDs. And it helps to have a data structure to do that efficiently, because otherwise you're just iterating over everything, and it turns out to be order of n squared on every frame. So in the C++ library, I used KD trees, which are a spatial tree data structure that were pretty decent for this usage, since they're not really fast for inserting or deleting, but they're fast for querying, and I just had this data structure that I regenerate on every frame. So I was looking into various options for implementing that on Rust. I thought I found a library that did just what I needed, and I started figuring out how to integrate it into what I was doing. And then now I don't think it quite has the data structure query I was looking for, so I might be back to the drawing board a little bit. But anyway, so there's that. I've been doing it. It hasn't really seemed especially worth streaming, but maybe I'll find a way to make that more interesting. And then the stuff that I'm planning on streaming, like right now, is more assembly on this robot, cleaning up 3D prints, that kind of stuff. So, welcome back. I was working on computery stuff, so most of this is pretty much as we left it, although I have a couple more 3D prints done. Let's make sure we have a fresh card here. Screenshot Tuco. Yeah, we need that dedicated Tuco camera channel back. All right. So a couple things fresh off the printer. We've got these. These are the ones that we're actually printing during the last stream. A little bit of warping that seems to have affected the support material, but the parts themselves are probably fine. So we'll get to remove the supports and see how these turned out. This is what we were gluing last time. I just pulled off the cardboard so we could see underneath it. And let's maybe focus. Yelling at the camera won't help this time. So, yeah, so this turned out all right. These are glued down into that little channel on the other side. You can see the LEDs poking right through the holes that are set aside for them. And so this is that Protopasta carbon fiber PLA, which is kind of weird material. It just happens to be some stuff that I had handy, so I ended up trying it for this project. It has kind of a weird look. A little bit stiffer, maybe. And then down here, the LED strips fit in there. The next step here is actually going to be doing a little bit of soldering where I add thin wire to connect all the strips to each other and get the signals out into a usable location. And then so this piece and this piece fit together. We'll be assembling these shortly. So after I get the LED wiring in place, this can cover that up. Then, oh, that piece is out of reach. Let's grab that piece. All right, and then this goes underneath that. This is the sensor saucer, as I've been calling it. So yeah, the wiring here is going to be a little bit of a mess until I wrangle it just right. But the idea here is the sensor wires all have little channels that they can fit through in here. And then you can roughly fit the carbon rods together. And then there's room for the wire leash to go through there where it's strain relief then clamps on to the carbon rods. So that'll stack roughly like that, you might be able to see. It'll be a little bit more together when it's fully assembled. And then these little portholes here are where the actual load-bearing cables come out, and then they go up to the pulleys that'll end up supporting the robot. Oh, that's great. I like Kay Timken's suggestion that bonus points if you refer to any maintenance on it as saucer separation. Yeah. Oh man, I really need to name one of the sensors 10 forward. Okay, so we'll get back to soldering this in just a sec. I think this is the main next subassembly thing to do. On the last stream, we were putting together some of these LED rings, and I just slid these onto this little compartment so we can see how they all work. So the way this works, it's got a bunch of these, well, I have these 3 separate LED rings that are all identical. They just have lights pointing outward through this diffuser, wires for power, for data in and data out. And then there's a little stacky-majigger here. And you have to kind of carefully put the wires in just the right place when you put this together. But once you get the wires into their channels, and then you get the little alignment tab fitting in the little alignment groove, and then you can just push it together. And I don't really have any fasteners retaining that down. This bottom, like the actual stack itself is screwed to this bottom plate or bolted to it, so I can easily undo it from the bottom plate and raise the whole thing up. And then these individual discs, I might just put a little bit of glue on this top edge to retain them, and then I can just take that glue off if I need to service this. James is asking if the sets of LEDs on the bullseye part closest to the desk right now are 10 each. I think they're 7 each. Yeah. I think that just happened to work out with the number of LEDs I had, and I kind of wanted it to be an odd number so there could be a middle. 10 forward. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything that's a multiple of 10 here yet. I'd have to get creative. Okay, so let's put those aside. Okay. So then we have these pieces, which go with that, and this, and this. So these are parts for testing out the new winch mechanism. So this is still kind of experimental. I suspect it's probably going to need another couple of iterations to get really where it needs to go, but this is the work in progress for the actual mechanism that's going to pull this robot around on cords. So this is really the second iteration. The first one was not nearly strong enough in places where it mattered, and then it was kind of over-engineered in some irrelevant places, and so it also had some problems related to the shaft design for the actual spool. So here I'm going with something somewhat different, where I give the spool its own shaft made from M8 threaded rod. The spool itself is actually built around this core, which is printed pretty much solid with kind of a bicycle wheel spoke design. And so this is actually what we're trying to transmit force to from the main motor. So then the idea is this fits in there. Not quite sure how tight that's going to be. I might need to clear that out a little more. The way it's supposed to work is those fit together. And then this is kind of a little rubber tire gear that gets driven by here. And the point of making the gears flexible like this was to try to reduce noise so that, as the gears come together, there wouldn't be that noise as the surfaces actually hit, because that energy would get absorbed by the flexible material. There's a few things that might not work here. I'm really concerned with how close this gear is to that. It's supposed to sit like a millimeter away from there, but I don't know if I'm actually going to have enough clearance, so that might be a problem area. I mean, I can improve that clearance by redesigning this piece, so that's something that's easy to change next time, so I'm not going to halt the operation because of one problem. It's just something to add to the list of problems I'm sure to develop. So this piece and these especially need some cleanup, and then I might have to open up these holes a little more to get this to fit together. But this is probably the more satisfying part here. Oh yeah, clearly command 10 will need to be forward. Yeah, maybe that'll end up happening at the WebSocket level. Ooh, you can see through there pretty nicely. Okay, let's separate these two. So this is the side where the motor attaches, and this is the sort of idler side that just has place for a bearing. Oh yeah. Nice stringy surface under here. It looks like the first layer it tried to print there was parallel to the support material, which maybe wasn't super effective. Thanks, Slicer. That worked out. Yeah, not the most brilliant surface finish, but I mean, it's a utilitarian piece and it's a prototype at that, so I'm really not fussed. Alright, the edges will need some cleanup, but that's most of it. Let's have a trash can nearby. Mikkel's asking why I don't print it sideways for strength. This is much, much stronger in the axes I care about than if I printed it sideways. It would certainly be printable sideways, it just wouldn't be nearly as strong. Like, these individual pieces would just be held together by layer bonds. Or sorry, no, I'm thinking of this axis. So these pieces would be held together by layer bonds. So it would just split right across the middle, basically. And maybe I could solve that by putting in additional screws going this way, but it seemed like, especially for this prototype, I'll just print it the way that it's strong. The support material is very thin, like there's not nearly as much plastic in the support as there is in the actual model. Mikhail's asking what temperature I'm printing at. I don't remember off the top of my head. Temperature seems fine. I mean, yes, I understand you could go down the route of like, well, you could just try to get better layer bonding. And well, yes, I could, but I'm not saying layer bonding is a problem. I'm just saying that it's always going to be way stronger if you try to put the strong parts with the grain of the print, and so that's what I was trying to do with this design. I think that's much more important than completely avoiding support material. Nice if the slicer actually printed this part at a nicer orientation. Oh yeah, the support is usually fine. I'm just complaining about this particular texture right here where it's like the slicer derped and just decided to let the threads of plastic fall right between the supports for this one layer right here. But usually Kira's supports are pretty happy. Like, I don't know if any of you saw the video I did about the VFD that I printed, or the VFD enclosure. There's a lot of support material in that, but that was necessary to get the finish that I wanted on the rest of the part. And it all came out really nicely. Like it was easy to remove, and I'm curious. I didn't actually like add up the weight of like, well, how much is it with or without support material? See what the efficiency was, but it didn't seem like it was like most of the plastic was in the support or anything. I mean, you can really adjust how much plastic goes into it based on like infill and support distance and all those parameters. Lately I've been into making objects strong by just giving them lots of shells and still mostly not giving them that much infill. Alright, this will be, clear out this bearing housing too a little bit. Well, I should get some bearings and actually fit a bearing in here. So that'll tell us if a bearing fits in there. Bearings. Alright, 608. It's just basic skate bearings. So, that's going to need a little cleanup. I might try going to a hackerspace tonight. It's been a while. been a while since I've tried, but there's one pretty near here called Ace Monster Toys, and I might go to an event or something. They're having a battle robot, something or other, with cardboard battle robots. Of course, now that I've mentioned it, clearly everyone in the area is just going to be like trying to find me there. I'll have to wear a disguise. I wonder if I have one of those like glasses, nose, and mustache disguises. I think that might be perfect. So I expect I'll probably end up having to press this in here with like my vise, but maybe clear it out a little bit first, a little bit more. Maybe next time I print this, I make the holes slightly larger. Let's also give this a bit more of a chamfer. How pressable is that? Oh, I could go disguised as Tuco. That was a suggestion from Chris. That sounds great. Oh, do I have an animal costume? That would be wonderful. I think I might have some kind of animal onesie or something I could wear at least. That would be fun. I don't know about this. I feel like I'm gonna break the bearing if I don't press it super evenly. Well, these jaws are not really as wide as they need to be for this process, but I think that this will make do. This is where the piece would split if I had printed it the other way around. It would split right now. It still might split, but it would definitely split if I had printed it the other way around. I should remember to keep this piece designed so that I can fit it in the vise, because if it gets weirdly shaped and I can't do that, this would be a lot harder to do. That seems alright. So we got one bearing in, and we try putting a nut on the other end to see how that would work. I just want to make sure this nut spins freely. Come on, nut. Oh, how's that for fidget spinner? Clearly, anything with a bearing in it can be a fidget spinner now, right? This one is like a gyroscope that anytime you turn it, it just hits your knuckles right away. Alright. That seems fine so far. Let's try the other side. These are also coupler nuts, which I don't necessarily need to use for this project, but I just had them handy and they were fun. also have 2 more of these bearings already out of their case. Let's put one of these in the other half. Now my hands are covered in bearing lube. Alright, let's open up this hole a little bit. Oh, this one needs a little more trimming. So mainly what I hope to get out of this piece is some understanding of what's wrong with the design, but especially I want to test how well the whole power transmission plan here works and see what the problems are with that. So I won't have any of the sensors attached to the cord. I won't have a great way of mounting this to anything else, but I can just hold it in a clamp and wire this to the microcontroller and run the PWM just like I was doing on the last experiment and see how strong this one is. Make sure it can lift enough. Make sure that it doesn't look like it's going to break. I might even try destructively testing it, but that depends on whether I think it's likely to break a part that I'm actually going to want to use for the actual winches or a temporary part. I don't want to break the motors. I don't want to break... Well, I probably can reuse the spool, but I don't mind breaking it if that is the part that's going to fail. I'm okay with destructively printing parts that I can just like print overnight. Parts that I... Like the motors are like $50 each, they're not cheap motors. Oh geez, Tuco. He just knocked the cover off of the emergency stop button and had his foot resting on it. I need to make a proper cover for that button. This is the not so proper cover. If you see him knock that, if like the last frame of the stream is his foot on that button, you'll know what happened. That's connected to the UPS in the rack, and it'll just turn off all the equipment here. At least all the stuff in the rack, which is pretty much all of it. There's like a separate little UPS here at the desk for stuff like the O-scope and the microscope and the monitors. But then all the computer and video equipment is on a big UPS in that rack. Oh, interesting. So we're taking bets on which part fails. So James is suggesting this piece will fail first. And Mikkel's suggesting the plastic, the motor worm drive. So the motor worm drive is probably all metal gears. I haven't actually taken apart that gearbox, but I'm assuming those are metal gears inside. But do you mean this one? Hardened steel versus PLA is kind of satisfying to watch. Oh, that wasn't a good sound. It's going in crooked, and that was not a good sound, but I don't see a crack yet. Let's try to straighten that out. Almost there. Oh yeah, herringbone gear. Yeah, that's one thing I find it really fun about 3D printing too. It's like really hard to make by traditional means. At least the methods I've read about all involve like really custom tooling. But if you have a 3D printer, it's like mathematically pretty simple, so you can just make one. Alright. That seems okay so far. Oh, Mikkel is talking about the one in the motor gearbox. Interesting. You think that one is plastic? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we could... You know, I do have a motor with a bent shaft that I wouldn't really mind taking apart, so we could autopsy its motor gearbox preemptively. I hope I don't break the motor. If I think I'm going to break the motor, it'd be tempting to use the one that already has a bent shaft, although that might make my test results a little less good. Speaking of motors, I think actually installing the motor might be the next part. Actually getting these two parts to fit together might be nice to do next, so let's try that. These two pieces should be pretty easy to fit together when we want that time to come. Did I leave enough clearance there? Yeah. I thought that little joint would have plenty of clearance, but maybe not. Plenty. I think it was like I left maybe I only left 0.1 millimeter. Usually I leave like 0.2 or 0.3. Maybe 0.1 was just not enough. Oh man, speaking of well, I guess I was talking a little earlier about the many different things to do around here and trying to keep them in balance. And I guess I haven't really been quite sure what to do the next edited video on. The way I usually do that is to kind of do this super labor-intensive thing where I just trawl through all the footage over and over and try to weave a narrative together from it, from little pieces. And I end up liking the way that works out, but it just takes a long time to find especially all the bits of audio that I need. So, like, I might just try doing like scripted stuff with a voiceover as project updates. I don't know, I don't have like a lot of really concrete stuff that feels like really ready to package up at this point, since getting the gimbal working. I've got a lot of this progress on the actual robots, but nothing really super interesting yet. But I don't know, I could just do like an update video, since I bet a lot of people might be interested in just having an update, even if it's not completely super awesome and fully self-contained. Well, I guess by self-contained I mean like a finished project thing, like something that, I don't know, it's satisfying to share something that feels done, you know? Yeah, this part definitely could have used more clearance. It's just like any little overhang from extra plastic there is going to keep these from fitting together. see if that's any better. Yeah, okay, great. That's what I was going for. Pretty rigid. Let's see how well these threaded rods fit. I might need to drill out these holes a little bit, and maybe I should do that before mounting the motor. Oh, maybe I did make these wide enough. I mean, this would be better if I had a drill, I think. Let's try doing this just slowly with the hand drill. This may be something I should do on the drill press, but let's see if this works. That would have been annoying on the drill press. Let's go into the other side. Let's move the camera a little too. The hole was full of junk afterwards. Much better. Yeah. This piece is feeling satisfying. Feels really solid since slotting those two halves together. The drill just really wants to thread its way into the plastic, so going really slow and letting it pull itself is kind of the strategy I was using, which really relies on the hole already existing and being straight and being about the right size already. If I needed this to be super mechanically straight, I might drill it by clamping it in a drill press, but since this is just a support pillar, I think that'll work out. I think that didn't end up completely clear. Some junk in the hole. There we go. Very nice. These rods seem longer than they were in the computer model. Maybe these are, I don't know. Maybe these are longer than 100 millimeters. Anyway, I guess let's try these pieces now. Okay. I'm looking for boogers to clean up off of here, but this piece actually looks pretty nice so far. I printed this totally solid I mean, the infill didn't really matter because I just gave it a really thick wall thickness. And so each of those little castellations at the top are just a bunch of concentric loops. And so that's supposed to fit in here, but it needs some more cleaning. Trying to see if I can make a little bit of an impression on the plastic for where it's hanging up. A little bit. Oh man, I think I could have left a lot more clearance for these. I wanted this to be a tight fit, but I also wanted it to be possible. I think this is another place where I left like 0.1 millimeters. I'm mostly taking the knife into the corners and trying to sharpen those out. Nice sharp bits of PLA in the hand. Oh, it's also really tempting just to stick these in the vise. I think they might be close enough to where that would actually work. Curious what happens if I start that actually. Can I even fit this in my vise? Definitely I'm asked if I'm working on the pulleys. Not the pulleys really. I do have a pulley I need to design, but I'm just working on the winches right now. Oh, that's not gonna help. Damn. Alright. Well, I could hammer this if I wanted to try something forceful, but unless I don't think that would actually work. I don't know. Maybe it would. We could try a gentle hammer. I might need to do this not on my desk. Let's do this on the concrete floor. Mikkel suggests hot air gun on the holes a bit. I've kind of tried stuff like that in the past, and it's been really easy to just destroy the model. Giving it just the right amount of heat has been pretty difficult. It's going in a little bit on that side at least. It is going in very crooked. Let's stop that. Oh no. How do we take that out now? This might be a problem. Screwdriver, although I'm a little worried about that just chewing up the surface. But smaller screwdriver. It does chew up the surface a little bit, but I think it's necessary to get this off. Great. I think the pieces are fine. So that kind of worked. The holes where it was close enough already, that fit just fine, but it was definitely going in sideways. So maybe I should just try that again, but be careful to do it much more evenly. Just check it to note where it's the highest and then hit it there. This could be working out better. It's these that are really having trouble. I'm going to try hammering those because I don't know if I can actually get it out at this point. Try a different hammer. Oh yeah, I think we got past the difficult part. think that worked. That was a little more violent than I expected the assembly process to be, but I think it's not coming apart. Well, maybe next time I print this I'll give it a little more clearance, but assembling it with a hammer is probably still the way to go. Oh yeah, you're definitely going to notice the AV out of sync a little bit. The setup here is super complicated to keep in sync, and I think OBS actually drifts a little bit during the course of the broadcast, which has been a huge problem for me in post-production. So I'm going to need to fix that at some point, but right now I just fix it in post. Okay, back to the desk. So the other part of the spool actually is still printing. I guess I bumped the camera, but yeah, there it is. It's not going to take that much longer because it's basically just a circle with a little bit of reinforcement on top. But whenever that's done, we can add it to this thing. This needs a little more trimming. That's the first time I've had to hammer. I mean, this part is super strong, like solid, and just, I mean, it's strong and hopefully also kind of symmetric so it stays balanced. Cleaning the brim off of here isn't going to be super important because this is going to be right up against another flat piece. But right now it'll make this a little less sharp. This also has a hole for the cord to go through, which is printed mostly clear. I think whatever little boogers were left in there, a screwdriver took care of pretty easily. Okay. So, let's get a motor. I think when I say a motor, what I really mean is the entirety of the robot that's connected to the motor. I don't actually want all of this right now, though. So let's maybe disconnect the sensor board. And then let's just unscrew that from the motor driver. I don't think I want the driver attached right now. I just need to find a little screwdriver. Not that kind of little screwdriver, that's like a Torx. Here it is, Phillips flathead. Okay. Everything is attached. Okay, I think at this point maybe I'll just unscrew the motor from this piece. Oh, yeah, I do spend a lot of time on those videos. Which I like. I don't want to just give up spending lots of time on videos because I do appreciate just being able to you know, to really go into detail on editing stuff, but I've been trying to imagine ways to modify my workflow so that I can also just put out more stuff that takes me less time to produce. Since, you know, it's easy to put out the streams because I just have to do work on camera mostly, but then that produces this giant pile of video, so I've been trying to find what's a compromise so I can have maybe 3 tiers of video production where I have the streams, then I have some like lightly edited stream recaps, and then I have stuff that I spend a lot of time editing. Maybe that's the right formula. Alright, this is the motor we want for this next experiment. And I'm just going to put all this stuff aside. We might end up wanting this later today. But this is the bot in progress with the motor driver and its sensor interfaces. Let's see what the right M8 screws or M3 screws are going to be for this. I think I'd probably want M3 by 12. Also, this is much easier to put together with the two halves taken apart. So yeah, motor goes in there. Let's see if this fits on the motor shaft at all. So that might also require some difficult fitting. I don't know if I'm gonna have to put this on with the hammer too. That might... I'd be a little worried about damaging the motor. And here I am chamfering it because it seems like it needs a little help. There's already a little bit of chamfer already built into the model, but more chamfer. Well, putting this on, I'm just worried about taking it apart because I feel like I'm probably going to have to break it all to take the to take this thing out of the housing, which is not necessarily bad since I probably do want to take apart, well, unless I can find some way to reuse this housing in the final design, I'll probably just want to take this apart and recycle the bearing out of it. And if I'm doing that, I could just like hot knife through the side of this and take it off the motor. So I'm not going to necessarily worry about disassembly that much. But it does mean that if I end up having to hammer this onto the shaft, then like cut this apart for disassembly, then I either need to make a removal tool to take this off, or I need to make another bracket that I can like put this in from the side. Yeah. Also wondering if maybe there's something I could do with like heating up the motor shaft, although that's probably bad for everything. Yeah, let's try getting some M3 screws and then maybe just hit it with the hammer a little bit. M3 by 10 by 8 by 16. Oh, Mikkel suggests just putting some hot air on the plastic. I mean, I feel like if the motor shaft is cold, then that's just going to immediately freeze as soon as it touches. So if I want to try using heat to my advantage, I'm going to have to heat the motor shaft. Those are too long. 3 by 8 is going to be long enough. Maybe I designed this for, I thought I designed this for M3 by 12s, which I'm not finding on my desk because it's probably misfiled somewhere. But like 8 sticks out just a little bit. Oh, I have 10. Oh, that was 10. think these are just more M3x16s. Let's see if M3x16 is too long. I've tried, so James in chat is suggesting to use a grub screw. Yeah, I've tried that before. The problem I had with the grub screws and 3D printed stuff is that it tends to apply pressure unevenly and cause the whole thing to bend around the shaft. So that's why I was trying to use an interference fit for this one. A little concerned that these screws are too long, but maybe they're fine. These are M3x16s. Make sure the motor turns freely before I put the gear on the shaft. Okay, that's nice and solid. Let's make sure the motor turns smoothly. Booting up the power supply. Alright, 24 volts. Let's try running this full speed. Yeah. Alright. So this critter would end up going on there. I guess I could try the hot air, but it's probably not going to work. I mean, I'm skeptical at least. Probably should just print this bigger. Let's see how bad a couple of hammer hits are. Sitting on the curved part of the motor here, which is super annoying. That's not even... I know Michaela's saying pan of ice. I don't think this is going to fit in my pan of ice. My pan of ice is small. I think that's working though. I'm going to check the depth. I think it needs to go a little further down, but I think it's on there straight. So this piece, it's in there. Ooh. Does seem to have a little too much upness still. Let's de-upify it a little. Oh no, I hope that wasn't too far down. It's not touching though. Let's see if that works out. So there's a little bit of pressure there because the inner gear is maybe not quite as seated against the hub as it's supposed to be in the CAD model, but I think once I install the axle, that'll relieve the pressure, and it might have to clear out this hole a little bit actually. I guess I've got to drill out the center hole. Let's do that. But then I think we can put the axle in and see if the axle helps. So we already cleared that out, but then this is going to start to hit uncleared stuff. There we go. So those gears mesh together, and then I squeeze the gears together and fit the axle in the bearing, and then we see how good that is. Those gears are not meshed super well right now. I don't know what's causing that, if they're just not... Oh, there we go. That is... you might not be able to see that because the gears are so dark, but I was just back driving it a little bit. A little hard to do with this motor, but anyway, I'm not going to put the nut on the end yet. I'm just going to try turning it really slowly at a low voltage, and let's see how the gears move. These herringbone gears at least have a nice self-centering property where they tend to keep themselves together. So let's decrease the voltage, maybe like 5 volts or 3 volts or something, 4 volts. Okay, 4 volts. Oh yeah, if I didn't have the gears on the right way, that would be a huge pain to fix. I'm pretty sure I got those the right way around. I'm gonna have to move the camera to a lower position on this pole. Apologies if this is a little seasick inducing. Oh man, that lighting. Let's try this. Alright, starting at just a few volts, 4 volts. Alright, so that's having trouble holding together without the axle support, but it seems like the gears might be kind of working. It's like a little bit of plastic that I guess the hammer took off. That seems pretty nice. So, well, we need this piece that's 3D printing before we can really fully test it, but I think we can at least test it a little better by putting the other half of the housing on, even without the rest of the spool. Oh, I could also make this a lot wider than it is. For some reason I thought I had much smaller threaded rods than I do. I thought I had 100mm threaded rods, but these seem like they're much larger than that. Is this one not as clear as I thought it was? Did I drill these when this was 180 degrees from where it is now, and maybe they're slightly misaligned? Is this using the wobbly motor? No, the wobbly motor is put aside. This is one of the motors that I actually plan to use. And then are the sides coplanar? Which sides? You mean parallel? Oh, Yeah, I like the little wire volcano back there. Thanks for pointing that out, K-Tumpkin. There we go. Yeah, definitely a longer rod than I thought I had. That's good. I can make this whole thing wider if I need to. So this isn't going to quite be the way I designed it without the extra space in there from this top piece, but I think if I try running this, at least this will be, at least the shaft will stay oriented correctly, even if it's not really keeping the vertical alignment just right. So let's see if that helps when I apply a little bit of power. It does seem to be helping. Oh, that was the alligator clip sticking together and shorting out. Yeah, this is not sitting all the way down all the time, so I don't want to run it too fast without that spacer because I worry that it might grind the gears apart if it slides up, but so far so good. And the gears are quiet. So I think I'm going to put this aside until that next 3D printed part is done because I don't want to test the gears without something keeping them from sliding up, but so far that looks alright. I guess I could try running it the other direction to make sure. Seems pretty good so far. Oh, Mikkel suggests to tear down with a wobbly motor. Okay, we can do that. Let's move this camera up again. But yeah, we can tear down the wobbly motor and see what kind of gears we're actually dealing with. Make a big mess while we're at it. I mean, that's what shops are for, making messes. Yeah, well, I think I'm pretty happy with this so far, and the thing I was worried about up there seems to not be a problem yet. Maybe I could cause it to be a problem if I pushed there, but so far it actually seems fine. James says that's a whole lot of monitors. Yeah, it's a good thing monitors are cheap these days. Only a couple of these monitors are actually good. Alright. This is fun to play with, but let's put this aside. Yeah, Mike says lots of cable that's being spooled up might push on that, which is very true. I think I will make that. I think in the next version of this, so I was really concerned about how much space I had on the spool width when I designed this, because I thought I was dealing with shorter threaded rods. So I think on the next rev of this design, I'll probably make the whole thing wider to maximize the length of the rods I can actually use. I can probably keep some of these pieces, like maybe the gears, if I don't destroy them. Hello. But yeah, I should definitely add more clearance between the gears and that piece, which I'll do by having a thicker base on the bottom of that gear mount. And then I can make these pieces a little sturdier and maybe add some support ribs behind them. Moam Industries says still have the bearing supports, but use a spider or bellow coupling would increase the footprint at the cost of reliability. A spider coupling. I'll have to look that up. That's for holding the bearing and letting it move a little bit, you're saying? Oh, a bellow coupling. Oh, I see where you're going. There was a different branch of this design where I was imagining not having gears and instead having it mounted with a flexible coupler. And yeah, now that I'm remembering, I think I'm forgetting what exactly a spider coupler is, but there's one particular coupler where I was thinking about having the motor shaft be concentric with this. Yeah, it's basically that. Yeah, I was planning on doing something basically like that, where the spider was NinjaFlex, and one half of that, so one of the coupling hubs was built into the spool, and the other half was attached to the motor. So that's on the table. It might still be on the table, but I figured having a little bit of gear reduction here would be nice, and it would also help me keep these shafts not concentric, which makes the design a little nicer. So yeah, that was certainly something I was considering, but I think so far I kind of like this design a little better. But we'll see how it works once the other piece is done. Well, I see the 3 good motors. Maybe I put the bad motor somewhere separate. Oh, is this it? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, we have 1 good motor, 2 good motors over there. This one has an X on the shaft, so let's verify that it's actually wobbly and then take it apart. It's getting warm in here. that's the right size. Yeah. Okay. So let's try this out briefly. It's a little bit subtle. Not sure the best way to illustrate this. I mean, it is a bit of a subtle wobble. It's more of a problem when there is a big thing mounted on the shaft. So you have to kind of ignore the flat moving around. Yeah, I don't know, it is pretty subtle. Like, I'm not going to throw out the motor or anything, but it's not as useful as the ones that don't have a slightly bent shaft. Oh, a little square I can put next to it, that's a good idea. I have a ruler with really square edges that I'm looking for. Here's one. So you can watch the top of the shaft just wobble back and forth relative to the ruler. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell what's the shaft and what's my marking when you're looking at it from the top. I'll try the tape flag. That doesn't really help. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's possible this all just looked much worse when we had a spool attached. I mean, I have spools that could attach. We could just do that. So, the original problem, I mean, this can have its own inaccuracies. So some of this can be due to the spool mounting, but the problem I was having definitely seemed like a lot of it was coming from the motor and went away when I switched motors. Oh, that is not really mounted. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty hard to tell what of that is coming from my spool and what of it's coming from the shaft, huh? Oh, and then Jarrett was suggesting this also. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just take it apart. I'll put it back together anyway. It's like not like I'm scrapping the motor either way. The runout is pretty subtle. These spools really do not hold together. Recycle the bearing out of this one. Okay, let's get messy. Ooh, that's not gonna work. Yeah. Gotta have the right shape, Phillips head. Release the shmoo. I agree. Don't seem to enjoy that stuff as much as he does, but to each their own. Alright, what kind of horrors are we gonna find in here? Cover comes off easy enough. Whoa! That looks like our gear came pre-broken. There's a tooth kind of halfway gnarled off of there. So it looks like the worm is brass, but then the next spur gear in there is plastic. And then the output gear is metal. Interesting. There's some shmoo going on. Ah. Pardon me while I find my shmoo containment unit. Oops. So, this just slides right out. We have, what is that? Is that, I assume that's nylon on the top. Just a plain old, a bit of a helix on that. Is that just me, or are those teeth a little angled? But this one's definitely broken right off. Thanks. And then those are just like bolt heads or something. fit into, I assume those are bushings down there. This has ball bearings, well, a ball bearing on the output shaft, but then just bushings up here. So this would fit in that hole up there and just grease its way toward oblivion eventually. What else we got in here? Does the output shaft come out? Kinda. This collar comes out for sure. It's just a little grease-covered brass thing. Or no, this isn't brass. This is some kind of steel, but definitely covered in grease. And that comes out if you give it a little bit of an angle. That's just the other steel spur gear. And no bearing on the bottom, just a bushing. So we have one bearing on the output, and then I assume 2 bearings in the motor, and everything else in the gearbox is bushings. So that's the shaft. And then brassy thing here. I think that's all she wrote, except for the shmoo in there. Pretty simple. K. Timken says, might be fun to test to mill a replacement for it. Yeah. Well, so what's... I mean, the broken plastic gear doesn't seem like that's related to the other problems here, as far as I can tell. So those just go in like that. That goes on like there. Oh, I guess the angles in those teeth are to match the angle in the arm gear there. Alright. I guess I could add a little bit of grease to replace whatever I just displaced, but it seems to mostly have all the shmoo it wants. Oh, there is a hole under the sticker. Is that how you... I don't know what that hole would be useful for. Just inspecting the gears without opening it, maybe? Actually, it's kind of hard to tell whether it goes all the way through. But anyway, add a little bit of extra... It's probably lithium grease. I've got a little bit of that here. Just extra shmoo just in case. There's a plastic booger in my bearing. Oh no, I dropped the plastic booger in there. Okay. All right. Ended our need for shmoo containment, hopefully. We can wipe off that shaft, which is going to be covered with goop. Mike and Ben both suggest that it's for adding more shmoo. I guess so. It looked like the shmoo that was in there was added in a different way, but maybe they stick something deep in there. Let's see how well this still runs after we put the gear, or this, after put the gears back in. After we put the screws back in, let's see how well it runs. Mikkel says, I'm impressed with how little AVE cares about Shmoo running all over his desk. Yeah, me too. But, you know, he's got a different kind of desk than I do. His is kind of mostly about Shmoo, whereas, like I don't worry about, like, solder and hot glue getting everywhere. Maybe some people care more about that kind of stuff. Probably not AVE, but, you know. The wife's sewing room. I think my grandmother actually has a sewing room. Oh, wiped off my little X mark too. Maybe that's fine. Okay, I've got this set to 12 volts right now. Let's see what 12 volts gives me. Is the run out any more obvious without my X there on the top? You can kind of see the actual center point now. But anyway, that seems alright. I could have sworn this was more wobbly in the past, so maybe, I don't know, maybe something about disassembling it and reassembling it fixed it, or possibly it's just that, I don't know, maybe more of the problem was on the spool end than I thought last time. Anyway, that was fun. I will maybe label this motor as maybe wobbly, but probably still use it for something without worrying too much. This is maybe a little more accurate than just a big ol' X on the motor. So I'll save this for later. Oh, you know what that means. Let's add that to our stack of parts and see if our situation is any better. This piece will also probably have to be a little thicker once I change the aspect ratio of the spool a little bit. Oh, Moam in chat is asking what model the printer is. It's a Type A Series 1 from, I think, 2015. Knife. Here's a knife. So this piece is mostly just a circle. It has a couple of features on the side though. It has this ring, which is kind of stabilizing it right where the core piece actually hits it. And then this little ring is actually to press against the inner part of the bearing while leaving the exterior part of the bearing clear. Oh, Mikkel is asking what's in the top right. Yeah, that is the microscope. That is part of the cracked version of Tuco, or a version of DaveCAD by Tuco Crew over here. It's the background for that part of the stream when I'm not using the microscope. Because the DSLR viewfinder output is so weirdly shaped. Okay, so that should fit just like that. Cool. Okay, now I might actually try tightening these bolts. Oh, James is asking about how the DSLR actually works. Yeah, it's a chroma key. Well, it's a filter stack in OBS, and I have a few things in there, but mostly what you're seeing is the chroma key. Basically, it's set up so that anything that is either black or inside of a particular rectangle is color keyed out. So that's why, like, if I just unplug the HDMI from the camera, you'll see a black rectangle, because that's basically an area where I effectively disable the color key. The way I actually implemented that... Oh, did it stop recording just because I unplugged that? Thanks. The way it actually implements that is I have one item in the filter stack which adds just like a single significant bit in all the channels to that rectangle, so that it's definitely never going to be black. And then I just... anything that's absolutely just zero, I color key away to alpha, or to completely transparent. Oh yeah, Mikkel's just suggested something that's pretty much the opposite. It's a black background inside the DSLR and then keying for black, so that the stuff outside has the chroma key applied basically, but the stuff inside I override the chroma key. Oh, do I have metric sockets? So I think these will fit. Let's get these in a spanner. Oh, this will do. Oh, can I not get these all the way on? Fine, I don't think I can use this to actually tighten that one, but I can tighten the other ones. Laughing at Mikkel's, oh man, was I wrong? Yeah, completely different, I know. Oh, I think that's bowing downward a little bit and causing that to hit. Huh. Why is the center too thick then? Well, let's try clamping that actually. I think I just need another wrench. Oh, here's the spanner. Great. Oh, that might be better. I think that solved the bowing now that it's tightened in the middle and on the outsides. Feels like there's a little bit of rubbing somewhere there shouldn't be. Maybe that's right there. But let's just see if the drive works. Maybe clamping it would be a good idea. I could, if I have anywhere to clamp it by. I can clamp it by the motor, great. Okay, well, I've got 12 volts again. Oh, there is all kinds of wobble in there. Like literally all the kinds of wobble happening. So it looks like something is wobbling side to side like that, causing the pressure between the gears to vary. And then, perhaps unrelatedly, the pinion is a little bit crooked and it's wobbling. Let's try increasing the speed. Well, it's not pretty and it's not quiet, but I'm curious if it's strong. So maybe that requires putting some cord in here and seeing if I can stall it. Oh, here's some. James asks if it's theoretically a 24-volt motor. It is definitely, in all respects, a 24-volt motor. Yeah, it was just running at like 23 volts. I was just increasing it as much as I felt like. So, there's that. There's that. Oh. That part of the nylon cord did not have any center. Let's cut off the partial cord and have some full cord. Okay, cord including all the inner strands. Okay, the hole will retain it. I was worried more, well, Okay, the hole might actually be kind of big. The knot is starting to pull through the hole a little bit. I made the openings on like the really load-bearing plate where these are actually holding the robot. I made that opening much smaller, and it required like really fishing it through. Here I was not as concerned because once the cord wraps around itself a bunch, that's holding all the weight, so this isn't going to be like super load-bearing, but it still should not be easy to pull through, and I think that might be a little bit too much the case right now. It's not going to pull through right now, but... Oh, is it? Can I make it pull through? Now the knot is like inside the hole. Okay. Yeah. So maybe I have to double knot it. I like K. Timken's solution that horrible scraping noise just needs some accompaniment. Okay, so that hole needs to be smaller. Let's just tie 2 knots for now. Oh, James suggests putting a nut on the rope and making a knot around that. Oh yeah, Sodium says, so that's the bass and rhythm covered. We just need a lead synth. Yeah. I should have a list of problems for this thing. So we need wider, more clearance on the width axis and the gear or the drive teeth. Smaller knotting hole. Alright. Got those entered into the CAD issue tracking system. So let's turn the power down a little bit to get this started. Definitely stall it at 2 volts. Or sorry, this is current limiting at 1.5 amps. Well, if I'm going to actually try testing stall current, I should do that with this wrapped around something and then turn up the voltage perhaps. That is 17 volts and limited at 1.5 amps. Let's try turning this up a little bit. Let's run this backwards to give us a little more slack. Okay, so we've got some slack. Let's see if we can break this thing. So I'm going to set the current limit to 3 amps because that's what this power supply maxes out at, and the voltage to 24 volts because that's what the motor maxes out at. And let's try this. I think we just stripped the Ninja Flex gear. Okay, let's run this backward. Well, let's run this a little bit backwards to see if we can undo this a little more easily. Okay, so motor's disconnected. Power supply is also off. Let's take this apart and see how it broke. Oh no, a sad winch. Well, I mean, yeah, it is probably a sad winch if I'm destructively testing its gears. That's probably by definition. I mean, I think I'm pretty happy with this approach, though. I can take a look at how the failure occurred in here, but I mean, that was just completely stalling it out at full current. Oh. James doesn't consider that a win. Oh well. Can't win them all. Huh. Where did I... That gnashing is really subtle. I think that's where it broke. And the material is still mostly there, it just isn't as hard. Huh. It's quite possible that without the stall, this would have kept running just fine. Since I think the gear pattern is mostly intact, it's just a little gnarled up right around that area. I could try putting it together, maybe this wasn't a destructive test after all. And I don't see any problems with this gear. I mean, that gear I would expect to have problems all the way around if it had any. Alright, I'm going to put this back together and see if it still works, because I don't see much damage, in fact. Helps to put these in before seating in these joints so that they actually seat in the right location. Oh, I still have coffee. What a thing. What a thing. Somewhere I might even have a spanner. There it is. Mike asks, do I like that Blue Bottle coffee? Oh, like the place, the restaurant coffee shop called Blue Bottle Coffee, or coffee that comes in a blue bottle. I don't have strong feelings about the coffee shop Blue Bottle around here. They're like a pretty fancy, trendy sort of coffee spot. They also resell coffee to a lot of shops, so like certainly some cafes I like serve their stuff, and they have a shop in SF that's pretty alright, but I'm not like a fan really. It's just like another coffee thing that's alright. Their coffee shop they have one in like Mint Plaza in SF, and it's super weird. It's like in this area that is like kind of posh but also kind of sketchy at the same time, because it's like full of developers' aspirations but also a bunch of like realities of people not really having much of a place to live. So it's kind of a strange combination of things. And then the place itself is pretty posh. I think if there's any coffee that I am like a fan of these days, it's Peet's. And I know they're like a national chain now, but they're actually like they feel more local here, I guess, because I think their headquarters are around here. And I don't know, I've always liked their coffee, and they seem to mostly have nice people. I think this is still bowing a little bit. I definitely need there to be more clearance between this edge and everything that's next to it. But this curve is also not making me happy. And I'm not quite sure why I would be seeing that curve. Anyway, let's see if this drives. Let's decrease the voltage. And is this free? It's not going to pull anything up into it. Put some tension on it. You can see the kind of gnarly spot in the gear go by, and I'm not actually feeling any difference as that happens. Let's have some more camera here. Whoa, don't do that. Oh no. Thanks, failure modes, for happening all right now. This would be maybe a little easier if I had this connected to the joystick again instead of the power supply. Let's wind it the other way for a bit. Come on. So far, it's very forgiving. I've been able to mangle it pretty well without it actually breaking. Okay, let's increase the voltage a little bit and give it some resistance. This is 8 volts. I'm pretty much grabbing it as hard as I can without giving myself rope burn. Or at least I was until I had to untangle it. Yeah, so that noise is the gear slipping. I'm pulling it a little too hard. That's not bad. I mean, I might try making it out of semi-flex instead of ninja flex to see if that gives me a little more torque before it slips, but one thing that's nice is it can slip a lot without it seeming to cause much damage. I'll spare you that scraping noise. Yeah, that definitely got more scrapey once this filled up with cord and it was pushing up against the sides. Steven says, the question is, would it be able to lift Tuco sitting on the flying part? I hope not. I hope the winch doesn't have enough power to lift Tuco, because I don't want it to be able to do that. But the other thing I wanted to do with this prototype is use it for evaluating center of gravity and designing the rest of the model. This is still very motor side heavy. Just see where the actual balance was. Maybe right around the front face of the motor there. And then that axis is already pretty balanced the way I designed the gearbox. Maybe a little bit more that way if I have the ability to, which would require changing the gears. Oh, Mike asks, can 4 of them? Well, that's, yeah, I don't know. That's also maybe a good reason for the force sensors. The way I plan to have the motor control loop running on the bots is the little UDP packets that come from the central controller will give them a target velocity, but also limits that the force has to be within, and if it gets either above or below that, then it stops. Oh yeah, as James says, that's part of the point of the strain gauges, yeah, for sure. Don't want it moving around to the passenger. So yeah, that's a problem right there. But okay, so the spool is too thin. I need to make that thicker. Maybe semi-flex gears. But man, the thing I was most worried about here was that the gears would be loud and they wouldn't transfer power. And that seems to be completely fine. I don't see any problems with the loudness or with the lack of power transfer at this point. I can probably get more out of these with semi-flex, but even just what I was having right there with pulling on it, like, I mean, I should do a more scientific test where I'm actually measuring the force, but just based on how that was feeling, I think that's fine, and I can tweak it a little bit, but this as a starting point seems really good. So I think that's maybe a point to put this piece aside. I've got a little list of things to change in the design. But I think the next revision of this design, so I'll have a little laundry list of stuff to change, but since the overall design worked out pretty well, I will probably make the next revision something that's designed to be turned into a full winch bot rather than something that's just like a self-contained little test like this. So that's probably what the next revision is going to do. And that might involve reprinting a lot of these pieces. It definitely seems like I'll need to reprint the entire bracket, which I was planning on doing anyway. And then, because I'm changing the spool width, I'll need to reprint the core. And because I'm changing the gap between the gear and the spool, I'll need to reprint this piece, so it's pretty much going to be a full reprint, so that's fine. But yeah, I wonder if I can get this thing to lift itself. Would that be a good test? It's probably, like, it's a little sketchy having this pole without a pulley there to keep the cord centered, but that might be a fun momentary test to do just to prove that these 3D printed gears can actually lift. Let's unwind this a little bit. It does sound pretty bad, doesn't it? But all of that's coming from the side scraping, none of that's coming from the gears. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this a little fast, but, or maybe I'll just hold this and then touch the wire with my other hand. Okay, so let's give it levitating and then see if it can lift itself. Pretty easily, actually. Yeah, that would be a lot smoother if it wasn't dragging against this side, but plenty of torque there. And plenty of holding too, so. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with the flexible gear approach. Cool, well, we might be approaching a good wrap-up point, although I did want to wire up this thing, and that might be a fun thing to do on stream, so maybe we'll do that next. This one also had, I have this little CAD diagram of how the wires are routed for the LEDs. All of these LED strips are pointed outward, and so I labeled the plus and minus. And when we're adding the wiring, I'll use some heat shrink to identify what's what. James asks, how are you going to mount those into block, into wood? Mounting which? I'm confused about the context. Are we talking about the winches? If we're talking about the winches, like I haven't actually designed the mount into this piece. The mount is TBD because I needed to know more about the center of gravity. So I think the center of gravity is roughly like along this plane and then close to the center there. So the goal with this, I actually got these M8 threaded rods partly because I thought I was going to use one as the central support for the It'd be easier to illustrate with the old winch design because I had more of this part of the design done on that one. But on the winch there was a M8 rod that acted as the wall anchor and also kind of as a pivot, less intentionally but more like for setup. And then if I would have to actually lock it down with something. And with that design, because I didn't have all the axes lined up, forces on the cord would end up causing that mounting rod to torque. So I want to avoid that this time around. So I think the way I'm doing that is similar, but with more of an attention to center of gravity, and I don't know. I'm still trying to think about how all the pulleys and stuff go around here, because there are a few different ways I can arrange it. I could do something similar to the previous design where, you know, the cord goes up and then forward and then up again, and there's some sensors on the forward portion. I could do something a little different where maybe the wall mount is actually more like this, so the motor is right up against the wall, and then this maybe goes over and then up again like that. Or maybe, you know, this will basically need one pulley there and then another pulley there-ish, and then a sensor in between, something like that. But I'm still figuring out exactly how that's going to be arranged. But this will be the basic design. This is much sturdier than the previous version. It's a little compact thing that actually distributes the forces around the winch part. Does that answer your question? I wasn't quite sure. Oh, and if you're talking about how that attaches to like the environment, I guess that's probably what you're asking. I mean, that'll be a little bit different for each of the winches because I have different mounting arrangements. So, like up there, well, so the pulleys are going to go near the ceiling if I can get them all the way up there. The actual winches can go pretty much anywhere they have a line of sight to the pulleys. So, for example, in this corner, I might have one mounted on that orange beam with like a clamp or something. That's metal, so like I'm just gonna clamp something to it. It's not gonna be like screwed into it. But then other parts of this building have wooden beams. So like over there, there's a wooden beam which I could use or possibly clamp onto that orange one. But And then over here I don't have metal at all. Over there it's just wood and drywall. So what I want is to have like a wall mount bracket that has a few different options, and then a way to like attach that to the wall using whatever's convenient, and then just screw on just like probably one M8 stud that holds on the actual winch. All right. The next part of this is to remove some solder mask. Oh, this needs a little bit of a desk cleaning. My entire desk is made of M3 hardware. A little bit of M2. Okay, power supply is off. Okay, so same deal here. I want to clear off the data and clock pins for the very end where I don't have much room. Then use the existing pads for power and ground because they're already going to be big enough. This one's a little borderline because I think I got a little more than half of the pad on this particular cut, but it'll still improve things to open up the solder mask here. Oh, I might have mentioned this in, well, or something similar to it, but I know I probably keep asking for feedback, but I do actually really care, you know, if you support me on Patreon, or if you just watch my videos regularly, if you like the streams, you know, I'm kind of curious, you know, I always feel like there are so many different things that I could be doing at any given moment that any clues as to how I can prioritize things to kind of be the most help for the most people. Certainly appreciate that. I do get into this kind of project binge mode where like, oh, I just want to finish this thing, even though maybe sometimes the right thing to do is not to finish the whole thing, but to do more documentation of what I've got so far. It's kind of hard to tell where that line is, though, because I don't always know which documentation people care about, and I don't know. Like the edited video I did on the gimbal, like, I felt satisfied with the result there, but I might have gone, like, maybe that was more of an in-depth video on the gimbal than most people wanted. Having a little bit of trouble seeing there because there's so much glare. Alright, that'll be fine. also help to switch to a sharper knife blade. I think this one's already getting dull. I was thinking about how to do the power and ground. I could run the power and ground from each strip to just some separate arbitrary point, which would be fine. It's a little bit weird choosing where that goes though, and I'm wondering if maybe it would be easier just to use one of the LED strips, like possibly the first one, as a power and ground bus also for the other strips. Just use some of its extra power and ground pads to connect the power and ground for the other strips. I'm just kind of reticent to daisy chain the power using such thin wire, but connecting it all to pads that are nearby on one strip seems like basically a bus bar. Oh, cool. I guess Moam Industries liked the gimbal video. Cool. I'm glad the, I don't know. I mean, I like putting a lot of work into those videos, but it's especially good when, you know, when that comes across and it ends up working out for people. Yeah, I feel like the WinchBot project, or at least the Tuco flyer, I don't know, maybe actually once I get this flyer bot assembled, that would be a good time to do another video, like an edited video. I might try to find a different balance between just assembling the entire storyline from stuff that I find in the original footage and actually scripting parts of it, though. So like I said, that's definitely one of the most time-consuming parts of it. I basically go through all the footage, mark out audio that might be interesting versus audio that just definitely is not interesting. And then I just go successively passing through there, trying to assemble it into an actual storyline that makes sense. But I recently, like on the last video I edited, or the last couple I think, I learned about some new features in Final Cut Pro that helped a lot, and I started doing most of my editing at 2x speed. Because, you know, of course you can speed up and slow down individual clips, but I learned that you can also play the editing timeline at a faster or slower speed, and there are keyboard shortcuts for that, and I just completely missed those when I was first learning how to use the program. And so when I started using those, I could do most of the dialogue editing at 2x speed, because I couldn't quite understand the dialogue at 3x. I can do 3x if I'm just looking for, like, kind of intonation and stuff, if I don't actually need to understand, but if I actually need to listen to what I was saying and get context for what's going on, then I can still do that just fine at 2x. In fact, 2x starts to seem really normal. Like, I start watching a lot of YouTube videos at 2x also. It just, I don't know, you can understand it just fine, and it feels like there's less waiting around to see what's going to happen next. You can increase the fire hose width. Oh yeah, 3x. Yeah, the YouTube player doesn't play them at 3x, but I think there are some plugins you can use that will just let you... There's like some Chrome extension, I think, that just adds extra options to every HTML5 video. I forget what it's called. I haven't used it in a while, but then just in FCPX or in VLC, it's pretty easy to play videos at whatever speed you want. Final Cut Pro doesn't seem to work with audio speed up above a certain rate. Like, I think if you go above something really high, like 20x, it just stops trying to do audio. But for smaller speed ups, it'll do a pretty good job with the audio too. And then I also like doing frame blending for like more severe time lapsing. And I don't think you can do that with Final Cut Pro. Like, it says there's a frame blending option for, but I think that's mostly just useful for slow-mo, because it only seems to blend between 2 frames. And really, I want to blend between like all the frames that would have contributed to a particular output. And so I've got a thing I use with FFmpeg to do that when I want. Oh, cool. So yeah, Kyle's kind of saying that doing the work on reversing together and putting together kits together, those are fun. Yeah, I like those too. I like kind of collaborative projects sometimes. I definitely like doing assembly on video, because that feels like, it feels like whether it's something I've designed or whether it's something other people have designed, like assembly feels like you're kind of taking a bunch of design work and kind of uncorking it and just letting it all flow and enjoying it for a while. It's the champagne/orgy analogy to kits. Whereas a lot of engineering work is just like putting the champagne in the bottle. It's slower going and doesn't have that like fun party atmosphere really. And then you get the people that only ever drink champagne and have no idea how it's made, and that turns out to be most people. It is tempting to try to just shave this off in a whole layer. I just feel like if I aim a little too low, I'm just going to take the entire copper pad off with me. But at least here I can see the vias right there, and that's what's actually connecting it to the other side, so like that's the part that matters the most. The rest of this is just copper that happens to be connected where I want it already. A convenience, but not necessarily a thing that I have to have. It also seems like maybe a little Dremel diamond tool might take these really quickly, but I don't know, it seems like I'm not cutting into the copper hardly at all with this method. It's just taking the epoxy off, which is nice. Oh no, I have a copyrighted song stuck in my head. I'm gonna worry about the stream getting flagged now. I just have to make sure not to hum it or mention its name. Or whistle it. I was about to do that too. Oh yeah, EEV blog, definitely the speed up helps. I mean, a lot of kind of video blog content, it just takes people forever to get to the point. That's a lot of the reason I spend so much time editing. I just feel bad if I release videos that make people wait around. I mean, I know I release like 6-hour streams all the time too, but I feel like that's a different category. Or at least that's the brain hack that I need. Oh man, I've got so many good bulb port kits to put together. I just feel like it's so easy for me to get into this mode where I just have to finish this one particular thing. I just really want this 2-coat robot to work. I think a lot of people ask about how I keep motivated to work on a particular project, because I know that is a hard thing to do a lot of the time. I think it's just obsession. Like, I have to keep working on this one particular thing until I finish it. And like, in some ways, I know that that's how I'm fueling the project, and so I'll try to kind of keep it somewhat balanced, where I have a kind of controlled supply of obsession that I can feed into a project. I guess the trouble is when I don't have anything to balance out the obsession, when it's just like, oh, I'll just keep doing this indefinitely. But then whatever it is that's actually balancing out the obsession, that thing is going to get worn away. So for a while, that was a relationship, and that relationship probably would have lasted longer if I hadn't been obsessed with projects all the time. Tuco kind of pushes on me like that too. I'll be working late, and he'll be like, meow, 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 I want to play. Meow, meow, meow. I posted a video this afternoon of just Tuco and I playing fetch a whole bunch, which was kind of one of those scenarios. I had just, like, he knows how to push my buttons. Like, he'll want to play fetch, like, right as I'm actually trying to concentrate after, because, I was dealing with some, like, phone calls and stuff that I had to make in the morning, and then I was finally digging into some code that I wanted to deal with, and he's like, meow, 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 I want to play. But at least that time, I sat down and played with him for a while, and at least posted a video so other people can enjoy it also. That's one of the reasons I'm looking forward to having this robot. Something that will help me feel like the playing with Tuco and self-care and everything else like that is also productive, because it's part of a multimedia project. Which is kind of a bizarre reason to work on something like this, and I admit it's not the only reason, but it's nice to have. Oh yeah, work guilt spirals, definitely familiar with those. Yeah, I let those really take over when I was, like, working in Silicon Valley for the first time. Like, that was not good. I was just used to obsessing over my own projects and ignoring my schoolwork. And I get my first, like, real job, which happens to be at a big Silicon Valley company, and just completely let that consume me. And it was bad. Now it's like, I feel like I want to take everyone else who seems like they might be in that same situation and, like, warn them, like, get out while you still can. But then some people seem to like it, which is another kind of weird. Okay, got those. I think I'm missing one of these still. Just this one. I think optimizing for productivity is generally a really bad idea. Like, you can do it. Some people like it, but I don't think it actually works in a way that makes people happy in the long run. Maybe you're not optimizing for being happy, but even if you're optimizing for just, like, overall happiness, sacrificing your own happiness for others, I still don't think it ends up being a net positive if you optimize for productivity. You end up working and working and working to make something that ends up not actually being good for people. There's like a little notification blip, and I can't tell if that actually made it into the stream audio. Sorry if it was super loud. I think that was from leaving the Mastodon client open on my Windows machine. Okay, it was a reasonable bloop. Yeah, that computer's audio path is weird, because it can get into the stream either via the HDMI output or via the analog path. I've got like an analog path where all the just like miscellaneous shop stuff that I might want to go into the mixing machine gets mixed down in an analog mixer and then goes into one channel on the audio interface. But then the like HDMI grabber is on a different channel because that's like stuff that I am more likely to want to record separately. Okay. Yay, that's a bunch of stuff. Let's warm up the soldering iron and tin some of this. And I guess the first thing to do maybe is daisy chaining the data. I haven't quite decided how I'm going to do the power, but the data, there's only really one way to do it, so might as well start that. So this is the input side. No, this is the output side. Output's at the outside, input's at the inside. That's nice. So the input side, I'll tin the power. These are definitely going to want more flux. I'm just putting on some solder here, and then I'll go back with a flux pen. Trying not to heat this too much since everything this is sitting on is heat sensitive. I'm going to save the flux pen and just do that all at once. Okay, now I just had the weirdest urge. I wanted to listen to that song that stuck in my head, but on vinyl. Not that I think it would sound any different, but just I'm just so amused by the idea of listening to a flat piece of plastic. It's one of those things where like you don't really quite get why everybody is so into it, and then you like randomly have the opportunity. So like my friend who moved to the East Coast recently had a spare record player that he left here with me, and so I don't know if I would have gotten a record player otherwise, but just having one for free. I mean, he left some records here. I also picked up a pressing of the remastered Wish You Were Here, Pink Floyd, because that's an old favorite. And I don't know. It's just an interesting thing. It's kind of a ritual, almost. should try putting a polarizer on here. People seem to have good results with that. Oh, that is really underfluxed, but take care of that with the flux pen. I normally would heat it a little more, but I'm trying to be really gentle with both the PLA and the adhesive. That's the end of that piece of solder. Usually I just use it right from the spool, but a piece broke off, and so I was using that piece. I know I said I was going to go to the hackerspace thing, and I'm kind of late for that, but it's also fun just building stuff. This is why I never go to hackerspaces. It's like, well, I could go to a hackerspace. Oh wait, I'm in a hackerspace. But then, you know, the reason to go wouldn't be to use their tools, it'd be to meet people, I guess. Which isn't like a fun thing, but is a thing that I should do. That right one doesn't quite have as much of the solder mask off as I'd like, but since this is magnet wire, I think it'll be fine. Okay, well we've got all of those. So I think the next thing to do, a little bit of flux pen, but I think I want to cut the wires first and do the flux pen right before soldering just so that it evaporates less. So, what do we want to use for this? 32 gauge, is that too small? I think 32 gauge is too small for the power, but this is probably fine for data. As for power, I could use thicker magnet wire. I also have Kynar wire, which might be nice. Oh, such a cat. Oh, yeah, Robert is asking about the black thing. Yeah, that's a strip of LEDs, but not that they're on the stream. I'm gonna get a couple of other kinds of wire to compare here. Let's see. We have this 30 gauge Kynar wire. We have 32 gauge magnet wire. The Kynar wire is definitely thin enough to fit in this channel. I don't know if I have anything thicker than this that would fit in the channel, except for maybe heavier gauge magnet wire. The magnet wire, I'm a little worried about using that for power because there's just less insulation involved, but it should be all right. Wire. Oh, I've got some good stuff in here. Oh, I got this for my workshops. I forgot about this. This is 24 gauge. Is this silicone or PTFE? It's something with good insulation. Yeah, I think I got these for like art projects and workshops because it's really easy to work with, so I thought it would make a good experience for new people who haven't gotten a lot of solder experience. I think I've got this in black and white. Does this fit in the channel? Not quite. It's a little bit too thick. If I put that in the channel and put something flat on top, it can't actually seat. Okay, I figured I'd probably have to use magnet wire for this, so that's not a surprise. Now I'm just looking for thicker magnet wire. I have... What is this? This is not labeled. Spool is not labeled, but it looks like it might be 26 gauge. Don't do that, camera. That fits. Fits with a complete flatness over it. Yeah, this isn't labeled, but I think it's like 26 gauge. It feels like it's plenty thick enough for power. And might as well use this for data also because there's room and it'll be a little easier to work with. So I'm going to put away the 32 gauge wire and we'll stick with the what looks like 26 gauge. Okay, so for this we're going to want to daisy chain the data. So just going maybe from here to there, etc., kind of in a zigzag pattern. And then power, they can all just tie together, and I might just tie them all to some arbitrary point and then connect silicone wire to that point to go elsewhere. And then likewise with the data coming in, since I don't want magnet wire leaving this plate, basically what I want is a bunch of flat wiring just right on top of this, and then to have a couple of points where I just epoxy down joints or even like hot glue down joints that have silicone wire coming off of it. And then I should just have 4 silicone wires going through this whole plate for power, ground, data in. Well, I guess I want data out too, so 6 wires, same as the LED rings over here. And then I'll probably design this so that this is the first set of LEDs in the strip, so the data comes from the microcontroller to one of these, then it daisy chains to all 3 of the rings here, and then the outputs for those would just be unused, and I could attach future LEDs there if I wanted to. So maybe the thing to do here is to cut some wires that are slightly oversized and then just attach all the wires to one side to the input or the output, then take the other end and attach them to their neighbors. So let's find a good standard length for this. Something that maybe goes from there over to there with some extra. So approximately that long. Do I have a straw that's about this length? Oh, that's a huge fly. Tuco would just chase that. He's on the rack right now. I was gonna try to get it on camera, but the fly is sitting on the camera mount. Yeah. Oh well. Well, it's just, you know, the other thing I like doing with these wires is to fold them and then cut several at a time. You usually end up with a little bit of wasted wire when you do it that way. But, like, you can get a wire that's longer than you need it to be and then fold it several times and then, like, cut it to length afterwards. Oh, that's a good question from James, who asks how long you're allowed to make these LED chains. It's kind of arbitrary. I mean, the length limits end up mostly getting set by how fast you want to refresh them. But yeah, you can get them pretty long. I mean, you can daisy chain thousands of these LEDs pretty easily. I mean, I have more experience working with the WS2811s than the APA 102s, and with those, the daisy chain distance is really limited by the data rate. So after you get a few hundred LEDs in there, you just can't update them very fast. But with this is SPI that operates just fine at like 10 megahertz, 20 megahertz, so. Yeah, I think unless you have signal integrity problems, then, which you don't tend to have that much since each LED acts as a repeater for the signal, I might worry about clock jitter adding up, but then you can probably just decrease the speed. Okay, these are enough for the interior wires. Okay, let's start with that. And I'll want to tin all of the wires, or all the wires on one end. I'm going to try the method where I just burn off the insulation. The 32 gauge wire I'm used to using for rework burns off pretty easily. Okay, looks like this stuff does too. Not all enamel wire does that. Sometimes you have to get a knife or sandpaper out. But it's really nice when you can use the soldering iron to burn it off. And most kinds you can. Being thicker gauge wire, it takes a little bit more heat and perseverance than I'm used to. You'll also notice I'm adding solder continuously. That's mostly for the flux. I could probably use less solder if I dipped them in flux first. Oh yeah, the name that a lot of people call these addressable LEDs, but that's, like, I don't know, that they're not really addressed in the way you might think of like memory being addressed. It's really just a daisy chain, like a shift register. Okay, a lot of these are tinned, a few of them are not. I'm going to try to separate out the ones that I need to reach. Here we go. Okay. That'll do. Let's go in. So we're just prepping these right on there, and now is a good time to add flux pen to the areas we'll be soldering. K. Timken says the addressable ones are the ones with lots of lines that you address with a decoder tied to the enables. Yeah. That's what we'll do when we're just manufacturing wallpaper on one big silicon wafer. In the future, where we've just solved all manufacturing yield problems. Excuse me. Oh, maybe I have seasonal allergies. Maybe I'm just allergic to bullshit. Who knows? There's some booger on there. Clean that off. Great. We'll do the fine arrangement afterwards. Right now I'm just trying to make sure this joint is nice and straight. And I don't want any like bumps of solder slag sticking up above this level. I want the joint to be really flat. Whole name of the game here is flat. Oh, Lawrence says, so why do you prefer magnet wire over 30 gauge wire wrap wire? Well, in general, it's just because it's a little easier to get into tighter spaces. And I think in this particular case, it's basically that also. So this is not 30 gauge. This is actually thicker than 30 gauge. The spool I have is not labeled. I could measure it with a caliper, and we could check that against a table. Just off the top of my head, I would guess that it's like 26 gauge. But yeah, generally it's just thinner. Like for the same thickness of wire, you just have a lot less insulation to deal with. And sometimes you want the thick insulation as protection, but sometimes it just gets in the way. Like if you're trying to put wire in a really specific place, the insulation can just kind of prevent it from hanging out where you want it to. And I'm just giving each of these a light pull test to make sure the solder joint isn't going to crack right away. Oh yeah, and as K. Timken points out, you don't have to strip a lot of the kinds of enamel wire. Yeah, and there's various different levels of easiness for that. A lot of the wire just happens to be where you can strip it with a soldering iron. There are some types also that are like really, really designed for that, and they're just, I've never used that stuff, but it's supposedly really, really nice, where the insulation actually kind of turns into flux when you solder it. And then there's also the kind that actually is not that easy to use with a soldering iron, and you still have to strip it with sandpaper. The conductive part of that was a little longer than it wanted to be, but I think it'll still be fine. I should also close that thing that's blooping. Oops. Let's go on a field trip and figure out where those bloops are coming from. Are we back? Hello, computer. Okay, maybe I need to walk over and use the other monitor. I think the way that computer is set up, it doesn't want to give me video output unless the other monitor's off right now. Cool Lantern says it sounds like Mastodon. Yes, the beeping is exactly Mastodon. Which is useful sometimes. I find a limited utility in having things that beep at me all the time. So it's nice to know where they are so I can turn them off. Always be beeping. Yeah. Pull test. Okay. So let's say maybe this one's the first. So that's right, this is the input side that I'm working on right now. So if this is the first strip, then its input side can go off maybe over here. Well, I kind of want these to be clockwise when viewed from the top, so... Oh, new card. Hey, Tuco, welcome down. Oh, I missed the question from James, who says, is that blob to the left of shot extra epoxy from the other day? Epoxy. This stuff? I don't think I had a blob of epoxy left over, but maybe I do. Get merge wire, yeah. Okay, so let's have this one go there, to there, to there. Then this input will want to go to a connection to some silicone wire, which will maybe hang out over in this vicinity. Those there for now, just keep them out of the way. Then this is going to connect to that output. And then the easiest way to keep the polarities right, we want to keep the line that's next to the positive up here too, and same with the negative. We don't really care which one's which, we just want to keep them in order. So this one that's next to positive has to wire up to the right side up there. And the reason these little loops are so weirdly shaped, I didn't actually really want to go to the trouble of modeling the entire path between these, but this gives it enough enough relief to get out to stay flat exactly where the little bars mount on top of it. And then over here, there's actually a bunch of room, so it doesn't need the extra relief. So this will stay in the channel, and then jump out of the channel, and then jump into this channel. Should be a little more careful to leave room for the power wires, maybe. Oh, on one of the LED strips. Yeah, there's some little bits of extra glue next to the LED strips here. That was E6000 glue, actually, which is actually it's really easy to remove the excess glue because it just kind of peels right off. So yeah, you might see the boundary from where the peeled off portion and the part that didn't peel off actually met. I'm going to try to assembly line this a little bit. I'm just going to go around and try to aim the input wires for each of the strips, kind of like this. And then I'll wire the other side. Well, then I'll cut it to length and wire the other side, rather. Okay. If we figure out how much I need to trim these by, I can do that as the next step. I might just trim them all pretty uniformly. In fact, maybe I can do this without trimming. I don't know, let's trim off like 1 centimeter and make them even. Ooh, where's my side cutters? Did I put them away? Okay, tinning. I guess if we're tinning, let's cut these so we can tin them. I think that'll be fine. The thicker the magnet wire, the harder it is to strip with this method. Since it's really all about overheating the insulation. Thicker wires act like heat sinks. Okay. Flux and then microscope. I guess I did say and then microscope. Oh, where'd the cat go? Okay, so these should have rotational symmetry, so if the right wire in here, I want to connect to the right wire in here, and so on. So which one's which? This is the right wire. That's the left wire. Being careful to press it all the way down to the board and hold it flat while the solder dries. And this is verifying the left. Great. Already got this wind chime effect as the little wires bonk against each other. Oops. See, I was just pushing on the top of the wire with the tweezers, but it's easy to slip that way. And if you grab around it, then unless there's enough room for your tweezers under the wire, you're not going to be pressing it completely down. But I think in this case there is enough room under the wire for the tweezers, so I think this is alright. Okay. I'll go back and clean up the angles and all that in a sec. Okay, this is the right wire. Gotta like triple check that these are in the right order every time I'm about to solder. In this case, putting them in the wrong order probably wouldn't damage anything. It would just mean the LEDs don't work. Of course, putting the power in the wrong order, that's a different story. Oh, the birds are making their rounds outside. I hope Tuco's around enjoying that. Okay. Next. That's the right wire. I'm mostly just verifying it by grabbing it and looking at how the rest of the wire strand here is moving and making sure that I know exactly which one is which as it connects to the other strip. I need to grab this slightly differently. That's not a great joint. I think it'll do though. One thing that really struck me after, like, I don't have a ton of experience welding, but I spent a little time learning how to do a couple of kinds of welding a while ago. And then I just started noticing how bad a lot of the welding you actually see in the world is. So many things are like that. Like, it doesn't actually take a high amount of quality or success in anything to make it actually usable for most circumstances. So you just see so much bad welding out there. But then you can also maybe more appreciate when the welding is actually good. Okay, and then that brings us to this one where we don't have wires right now, but I want to add some wires for output on this side. And then that'll have us done with data. We just need to add power and then kind of clean up the rest of this wiring and glue things down. smallish pieces of this. TIG, yeah. I do like TIG welding. I don't have a TIG welder here since I still am not quite sure if my shop is a great place to weld. It's maybe a little bit too much of a fire hazard to do that here. There are definitely other parts in the building where people, I'm sure, weld. And there's a bunch of lathes downstairs too, which is pretty cool. Just gonna do both sides of this, since I don't plan on trimming it anymore. Come on, surface tension, let me in. Wire took my beautiful ball of slag down with it. Alright. Oh, Tuco, I feel you down by my legs. Wonder if he's trying to say hi. Yeah, no welding of Tuco for sure. Yeah, keeping him out for sure would be a big deal, and like making sure he doesn't like watch me weld. I would need significant more safety gear than I have here currently. Okay, that tweezer's a little small for this job. Maybe I'm just gonna hold it. And the best part is when you hold it, you can tell exactly when the wire is getting hot. And you hope that coincides with when you want to let go of it anyway. Sometimes it doesn't. And then either you mess up your soldering job or you burn your finger. Usually the latter. Sometimes both. Alright. So, before I spend too much time cleaning this up, I think I want to just go ahead and add the power wires. Oops. So I'll clean that up a little bit more. Right now I'm just going to put them vaguely in the same area as the input wires. Okay, so power, how am I going to do this? I think I just decided I wanted some magnet wire kind of bussing all the power together, and then it can come out over here too, maybe. Actually, let's pay more attention about where this wire should actually go, because it does kind of matter. Let's take a look at where that ends up. So, it looks like I left some room to, like, this is the wire channel. Well, I guess I made this symmetric. Okay. So I can use... Oh, no. So these... Okay, this one, and this one are for the LiDAR sensors. That one's for the LEDs. So the LED wire goes opposite from the LiDAR that is lined up with these holes. Which would be... I mean, I can put this on in either orientation, so I guess that doesn't really matter. It does mean that I want the LED wires to be either here or here eventually. So that's an alright place then. And I can route them over that way. Maybe it means I should do the power busing together. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I could do all the busing like right there, maybe. I mean, I could redo this part. I think I'd rather not because I already did it. And this seems like a decent place for those wires to go. Tempted to put it over here and then run the silicone wires like down, well, both of them down that way. Revision 3, add some channels for wire busing. I mean, I knew that that would be useful, I just didn't feel like designing those. I felt like it would probably be easier to do that more ad hoc than actually design it all the way. And so this is something I could have paid the price for to make easier earlier, but I didn't. I'm probably overthinking this. The main reason I'm thinking about putting them over here is just to balance out that, but I don't think it really matters. And also, so going side to side like this, if I go through this channel, then it means it can fit under this blue thing. If I don't, then it means I have to have that go above the blue thing. So the blue thing fits on like this. And I don't really want to have to pre-assemble these two pieces, because really putting this piece onto the sensor saucer is going to be difficult, so I want to be able to do that, and then attach this above it. Hey Tuco, what do you want, little dude? Brown. So let's say I put the power busing like over here or something. So these two are trivial. And then these two, I just need to run that wire kind of through these channels also, which I think is fine. I've got plenty of room there. Maybe I attach the power wires for these on the bottom side, just because I have a little more room there. And then up here, I run the wires through the channel there. That means these would be that long or so. Hey Tuco, I know you're trying to get my attention by destroying my stuff. What do you want? Maybe he is hungry. He does seem hungry. Hey Tuco, what do you want, little guy? Yeah, you're hungry, aren't you? You want some food, little guy? Here, wash up. Alright, cat. Oh, it's getting chilly now. I was just complaining about the warmth earlier. That whole sun going down thing. Man, the locations of these wires are still bothering me a little bit. Maybe I will make them different. I think that just means resoldering these two with longer wires. These two I just can bend over to the other side. Okay. I just want to get all the joints right here so I have a single bundle of wires leaving. I think that'll make the next steps easier. And then these I'm going to replace. Such cat. I think he's a little out of focus. Okay, so over here, I want data wires going from this down to that. So, double that length. Now time I use the folding trick. And let's tin both ends this time. Actually, let's cut the power wires too and then do the tinning. How long do the power wires need to be? So we're going to have power wires down here. So 4 of that length. That's 2. Why do you stop, little camera? Completely rhetorical. Alright, 4. And then 4 more longer power wires for this side. So that'll be something like through here, through this channel, over here, down there, and that power. This can be somewhat precision if you make sure that you have one wire that's basically the length you want and you make all the other ones a little bit longer than that, and then you trim them all down to about the length of that one wire. Okay. want to keep these groups all separate now. Temporarily tape these while I tin them. Hey Tuke, how was your dinner? Munched on a little bit of it and then he got tired of it. I've been feeding Tuco 2 different kinds of food lately. There's this one kind that he's super into, and I'll give him some of that for breakfast. But then the other meals are the stuff that he is not as interested in, but I think is still pretty good for him. So when I was feeding him only the stuff he really liked, he would just overeat it. I don't think I'm gonna make it to that hackerspace tonight. I'm such a bad social human. Maybe I'll try going tomorrow. I mean, I should go to the hackerspace, but on the other hand, people might try to talk to me. That sounds like he wants to go outside. Hey Tuke, you want to go outside? He's such a dog. Hey Tuke, what do you want? I'm working. Been thinking about industrial processes lately after binge watching a bunch of these chemical safety board videos. Oh, that is definitely Tuco trying to get outside. Tuco, you're not gonna dig your way through the door, little cat. I think I'm gonna go let him outside. He can hang out in the hallway and play with the other cats. I doubt anybody else is gonna be out right now, but... Do you wanna go out in the hall? I don't see any other cats in the hall, but I think Tuco just wanted to hang out. Yeah, I am looking kind of like, I think that's partly because the desk is super bright and the rest of the shop is really dark. Because the sun went down and I didn't turn on any lights. The floor is covered with tools right now. That might be a little better. I still probably look a little ghosty. Yeah, I have complicated feelings about the people might talk to me problem, because I don't know, I have a really hard time with people, especially unexpected people, and especially people I don't know very well. But it's nice having people that you're close to. I feel like I'm kind of low on those right now. So it'd be nice to meet new people, maybe. But it's also hard to find out what I'm actually looking for. Because it's not like I just don't know anybody, but, the list of people that I know that I could hang out with just doesn't really excite me right now. Mostly, I think I don't know, I had this big group of friends that I kind of felt myself really, really wanting to be distant from for a while, and I still kind of feel that way about most of them. But there are probably people in the Bay Area or elsewhere that I could hang out with. I don't know, people are hard. And recently I feel like I've just got a bunch of really bad experiences with people, but not really any guidance on how to have good experiences. I think the local hackerspace was having an Arduino Raspberry Pi project night soon. I think it's a thing they do pretty regularly. I might bring a Raspberry Pi project. Yeah, still just lots of, I don't know, a lot of negativity around my memories of people in general. And I guess in a lot of ways it's just hard for me to see the upside. Okay, here's a bunch of stuff that could go wrong, but on the other hand, and then it just comes up blank. Okay, so these two are my data wires. Let's put those on next. And these two groups of 4 are power. Oh yeah, so constrained social interactions, as K. Timken says, could be nice. Yeah, I mean, that stuff's worked in the past for me. I guess just tend to end up really distrusting whatever organization is doing the organizing. I guess that's been the problem in the past. It's like, oh, I could do this, but what is the context? I don't know. I guess I'm just really good at finding reasons for myself why I shouldn't do something with people. There's always so many good reasons why I shouldn't do it. Still got that song stuck in my head, and the copyright bot hasn't taken the stream down yet. That's a good sign. No? Maybe I do need stronger tweezers for that. Tweezers. Okay, switch hands. Some things are left-handed soldering jobs, some things are right-handed soldering jobs. Okay, that's better. Oh, GNU Radio meetup sounds fun. That sounds more like something I might have found at DEF CON or something. I don't know, I've been telling people I don't like conferences lately, which is basically true, but I like parts of conferences. It's just, in general, the whole experience is pretty bad. Like, I've had good experiences at conferences. I've also almost killed myself at conferences, so I've got to figure out what kind it's going to be. Okay, so I could spend some more time fussing those wires and getting them just where I want it, but I don't think I'm going to do that yet, since I think I want to get the power wires in first before I really spend time positioning any of these. I don't have a good place to keep SD cards that are full of important footage while I'm filming still. I have a place over by the computer for importing stuff. Maybe I'll put it on my phone. Okay, 4 of these wires. So we have room for 2 short ones over on the bottom. I don't know if I want these to be on the top or the bottom of these strips. Oops. So, I can put them down here. And going up there, they're obviously a little long for that. I intended them to go up here, I think. I think that's still where I want to do it. So, you know, I could solder it up here, but I think that might be too thick. I think for thickness' sake, I might want to solder these to the ends also. So maybe we need to take off a little more solder mask. Oops. Didn't really intend for that to be full screen. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Oh yeah, CCC. I've been wanting to go to CCC. Yeah, so I mean that's like a conference that I've been aspirationally wanting to go to for a while, but I mean, it's still a conference. And at this point, even like leaving home is kind of annoying because I don't really have a good solution for having a cat sitter for Tuco. I mean, I have a friend I can ask, I have a neighbor I can ask. I kind of feel bad doing either because I feel like we're not really that close. But maybe that's just my brain demons trying to sabotage every single human relationship I end up in. A waffle pattern, scraping one direction then the other, seems to take it off pretty nicely. Trying to be a little less gentle on this, but still don't want to break it. Okay, solder and 2 wires here. Keeping an eye on Tuco while away from home is part of the reason for the flyer bot, right? Well, yes and no. I mean, that would help, but I still, like, I wouldn't leave that running unattended since, like, having the robot running with nobody around to maintain it or the cat seems like a bad idea. But, like, if I had a friend checking in on Tuco, then it'd be nice to have the robot so I could get more of a, you know, more of a direct connection if I wanted. I'm sure I would be on it all the time. I mean, there also might be trips I could take Tuco with me on. He's pretty adventurous for cats. We haven't flown anywhere together. Kind of did a little bit of a driving trip together, like on our way to get to this place. That was just kind of a hectic move rather than an actual travel. A little bit of burnt skin on that one. Need a loose-fitting robe with a cat pocket. Yeah, if I could just take Tuco with me. don't know, there's certainly stuff I like about traveling, but I also like being here. I think I like being here more than I like traveling. And I like having this place more than I like having the ability to do more travel. I did more traveling, I guess, a few years ago, when I was kind of more in between things and had more people that I wanted to travel with. I had some good experiences with some good friends, but a lot of those people aren't really my friends anymore. And it kind of ties back into the, like, oh, what kind of people should I have in my life anyway? This joint on the left is bothering me slightly. Like, I can't tell if I just needed, I don't know, accept a certain amount of catastrophic failure, or if there was something I was doing wrong and how I was looking for people, you know. Okay, I'm gonna do all the wire fussing later. Right now I'm just gonna solder these and pull test them. So those are fine. 2 more short wires on this end. I think I will scrape off more solder mask here. I guess I still just have a really hard time with how much, like, big tech company culture has taken over this area. Because I don't know, it's just really hard for me to see that influence on the world as anything other than a pretty extreme negative at this point. And so then it's really hard to separate that from anybody who, like, works in a big tech company. Because I feel like, well, if you're part of it, you should be trying to fix it. And so, I don't know, I think there's some nuance to that maybe I'm losing, because, like, a lot of people are actually trying to fix it, and then a lot of it is harder to fix, but I still don't know if I want that much, like, big tech company stuff in my life anymore. I want better influences, you know? And so yeah, I've been trying to stay away from big tech. I've also been trying to stay away from, I don't know, like, I guess I still don't really know how to interact with art. For a while, the kind of Burning Man art scene seemed like home, and then I realized that I really, really don't want to be around burners that much. And then, which is a whole separate thing, it's mostly, I think, an incompatibility with how I deal with people. But, and then have different kind of negative feelings about, like, the institutionalized art world. I had some of my art in a museum a little while ago, which was supposed to be really, really good, and I was, like, working really hard to get to that point. And then when it happened, I just hated it. I just hated everything about it. I hated the piece that I made. I felt like I was just working really hard on this thing that didn't actually matter and that I didn't even end up liking. I didn't really like, I don't know. It felt like there was nothing positive that it was leading to. Like, it was a thing that I thought I should try because it was kind of on this bucket list of things that I thought I wanted for whatever reason, but then when it actually happens, it's all stuff that I don't like. It's like, well, if I make something, worst case, people are going to use it and they'll want to talk to me about it. And art is like, it's like all the worst of that. It's like you make something that doesn't have to actually work. It just has to be something that people talk to you about. And that's the only thing that it really is. And that's the part of it that I don't care about. That's the part I don't even want. hard openings. Sorry, I'm so negative right now. Oh yeah, as Jarrett says, that's the thing a lot of our generation is going through, the whole how far are you willing to compromise your morals to not die, that thing. Yeah, totally, and I get that. But then, I think the thing that frustrates me is when it seems like people are fine, like very far from not dying, and still doing things that seem morally dubious. Because, like, sure, most people are not in a position to have that much control over who they work for. And so you're going to do whatever you have to do to survive. But then I think what bugs me is when you see people who are maybe a little, like, positioned a little differently in that situation, such that I think they have more control over the situation than they're giving themselves credit for. And that's what bothers me. And I don't even know how to address that, because I feel like I'm so outside that world right now anyway. And it just feels really hypocritical, because, you know, I spent time in a big company too, and now I'm like, wait, don't do that, it's terrible. So, I don't know. Oh, I forgot to flux this. And that's a big area where my brother and my dad and I differ, is that it seemed like they didn't even really try to find a job that was morally acceptable. They just kind of did whatever they could find, which, like, on one level it's fine. It's like, well, you gotta survive, you gotta do something, but I don't think that was the whole story. I think they picked something that was pretty arbitrary at first. They were pretty comfortable before that point and pretty comfortable after that point. And then, at least in my dad's case, he just kind of kept doing the same thing for decades and decades and decades, and then retired. And I haven't talked to my brother recently, but last time I saw him, he was on that same path. I think I want this to be under. Can I do this? Like, I mean, my dad, he spent part of his career doing stuff he really, really liked, and then most of it doing stuff he didn't care about at all, and he was just kind of waiting until he could retire. And I never really understood why that was the path he chose. It seemed really hopeless. That melted right into the wire, or into the plastic. Neat. Okay, let's do an actual pull test on these and then move on. Okay. 4 more wires, and then we just get to do arrangement. And bonding these to some silicone wires, taping them down, that kind of stuff. I get a lot of comments about just how much work stuff is and how much time stuff takes. I think a lot of people expect technology to be quick and easy, and I kind of have the opposite expectation. I kind of expect things to be really, really detailed and take a long time. That burn mark is not the most optimal thing. At least I guess I know that I can just melt stuff into the plastic if I really have to. But I do actually want that to be elsewhere. I'm deciding which side to put these on. I think we want them down here. Wow, I feel like I'm really far behind in chat, sorry. James is asking if I can throw some IPA on something. I'm gonna go back to chat. Did you forget how to computer, little computer? Yeah. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it definitely seems like a lot of the problems that I worry about, my dad and my brother just don't care about at all. Or they don't even think about them. And then, I don't know, at least my dad's pretty chill these days. He's like the only person in my family that I still have really any contact with. And he's kind of flaky and I don't see him super often, but I was thinking about him more than usual because he's visiting soon, which I'm pretty happy about. But yeah, he doesn't seem to need to be able to, or need to do work he cares about. Same with my brother. But then my brother, my brother has all these like really weird, I don't know, like things that are at least really weird to me that he cares about, like these very specific religious things you have to do in order to not go to hell, which is this whole thing that I just don't have any care or interest in. Yeah, this is a good point too. It is really hard to know what to stay away from. And the big ones are really, really complicated and big. And I mean, I know people who work at the big companies and they have complicated feelings about what they do. And I mean, I don't really have a lot of people in that position that I'm super close with anymore. But yeah, even last time it did seem pretty complicated. I'm not sure what this was about, the IPA on... Yeah, I'm not sure what we're cleaning right now. Yeah. I think this is something that I have trouble with, where when something around me feels like unjust or not right, sometimes instead of working on finding, I don't know, like some kind of lever I can stick in the situation to get it to fix itself, I try to personally kind of counteract all the badness in some way, which is really difficult and probably not possible. Yeah, for sure. Oh, IPA. Yeah, actually that would be nice. I think I have a little bit of beer left. Oh, on the solder joints. This is a really common position too, like, I mean, I've got this to some extent. Like, I basically got a bunch of freedom after working my ass off for 6 years in Silicon Valley by getting lucky with some stock options, and then now I have some savings such that I can have more freedom in what jobs I do and I don't have to worry about just day-to-day paying the rent as much. I still worry a lot about how to be effective. I worry about, is this thing that I'm doing going to leave me bankrupt and out on the street in, X months or years or whatever. There's still a lot of the same worries, but it's not as acute as it is for, I think, most people. But yeah, just knowing, like, given the resources that you personally have, how do you actually help make this crazy world we are all in less bad, or maybe even better. Like, I don't know, man. The thing that I found that seems to have some overlap between efficacy and something that I can actually do is the, spreading information, spreading skills, teaching whatever I know how to do. So that's why I do this stuff, but it's still hard for me to find that chain of motivation that really solidly connects the thing I'm doing to something I care about. And one reason I had trouble really continuing to do the in-person classes that I had been doing here before is I don't know, it was just really hard to make that connection. It's like, okay, I can teach a bunch of people how to have this new skill in their hobby project, but does that actually mean anything? Am I helping the right people? Am I helping them do something that's going to end up mattering? I'm undoing these to make it more flat. And then the question of how to help and who to help and where to actually put your energy. Much of that just ties into what perspective you have, where you are in the social graph and what problems you see and who you know. And then so if you just follow that, then the solutions you create are going to be biased in the same ways that you yourself are biased. And then if you think about that too much, then you just won't do anything. So there's got to be some balance there. Oh yeah, I definitely agree that if you can find something that helps others and that you enjoy doing, that itself is pretty valuable and pretty rare. Definitely worth following. And I guess maybe I shouldn't think too much about how it helps others or which others it helps, although I guess I really just don't want to ignore those problems, though, because I see that so much of what Silicon Valley does is just kind of following whatever people are individually interested in and then amplifying the heck out of that. And then what you end up with is this thing where some people's interests are way more important than others. And then as it becomes more critical infrastructure instead of just what people are interested in, then now you have people actually not getting access to the services they need, not having good jobs. I mean, that can happen in a lot of contexts, but it feels pretty bad that a lot of the, I don't know, it just feels like a lot of the product development that happens in this area, at least, is just very navel-gazing. And then I have a different friend who I used to be really close with them, and haven't really been close lately for a number of reasons, but I think part of it is that they used to be really idealistic and working on open source projects and doing grad school research, and then they graduated and moved to industry, and now they're working at Apple and working on stuff that is secret and they can't tell anyone about, and only really ever, now it's this whole little bubble where they only really talk shop with their Apple friends, and it's weird because I thought that was exactly what they would have been really against just a couple years before, and now things change. I mean, Apple does a lot of good work, but I really have trouble with how secretive they are. There are so many reasons that, so many justifications that people come up with for why the secrecy is necessary, but I don't really buy it. I mean, sure, sometimes you need to keep, security details, secret for bug fixes, that kind of thing. But like the culture at Apple goes way beyond that. And I just don't see a good reason for it other than to create like a cult atmosphere. And I'm really allergic to cults. That same friend also is still pretty involved with this organization that I used to work with to do some art stuff that I think is basically a cult. So I have trouble with that because I'm pretty allergic to them at this point. Okay, well, I was flattening out some of those pieces. What's next? I need to put on power wires. Those were going to go... Those are going to go here and there. I just noticed the thing that needed to be flattened while I was preparing that and got distracted. I agree that ideas are cheap. Startups get so full of their ideas and they think they're so unique, and they don't realize that across the globe, everyone else who has a substantial overlap in the ideas and initial conditions with them is going to have a really similar idea. People really think they're way more unique than they actually are. I think that's a big problem. And I'm not saying the solution is just like we're all the same garbage or whatever. No, none of that like Fight Club nihilist bullshit. But less feeling that the human experience or my human experience or whatever is like fundamentally unique. More trying to find commonalities with other human beings and other life forms in general. And I guess that approach is not like everything is crap, but more like everything is special. Not humans are the only thing that's special. I think that leads to much better places. That's one problem I have with at least some people's interpretation of popular Western religions. It's just how overwhelmingly they treat humans and whatever you make in a human's image as so much more important than the rest of the universe. Which just seems bizarre to me. Oh, that's a good question. Chris is asking why anybody is willing to take the risk of joining a startup. I mean, I think a lot of people join them without really expecting them to pay off or whatever. I think a lot of people join startups just because they want to work on whatever the startup's working on. And then because it's a startup, then they put up with the levels of exploitation that inevitably happen. I think a lot of times it's despite it being a startup. I guess I only have one startup experience, which was working at Siftio. And you could imagine that that failed. Like, you know, the company, well, I don't know who made money. Like, the company sold to 3D Robotics, I think. Somebody probably made a bunch of money. I didn't. I don't really care. I took that job because I wanted something completely different from what I was doing before, and also something more fun right after I moved to San Francisco. That was what I did right after quitting VMware, which was my big Silicon Valley tech experience that I was at for way too long. Moved to San Francisco, started working at Siftio, not because I expected to make it big there or whatever, but because they were, like I think I found them in like the Adafruit jobs board or something. And then I interviewed, and it was like a whiteboard interview. The guy who would eventually end up becoming my firmware buddy, Liam, gave me this question that was like designing a radio protocol on the whiteboard. That was fun. Got to design a little radio scheduler and talk about how it might work, and talk about latency and bandwidth and all that. I wonder if they would have survived if they didn't hire me. If they hadn't hired me, maybe they would have chosen a less insane architecture. Just double checking this is the other one I want to scrape. Yeah. Oh, that's a really good point that Joe makes, that startups let you do a lot of things that you wouldn't be able to do at other companies because it's just a smaller environment. That is very true. I really like doing a lot of stuff myself, and I have trouble with the division of labor at big companies. Or at least I did the one time I worked at one. VMware, which was the big Silicon Valley experience, was my first job after graduating college. I had some contracting jobs and like an hourly job at an aerospace organization while I was in college and before. Those were also really small. Like the contracts were just things I was doing by myself, and then the aerospace thing I was working on a small team, but I had like this whole subsystem pretty much to myself. So those were nice. And then moving to the big company was certainly disorienting. I could kind of just hide out within my own little team at the company, but all of the interactions with the rest of the company were just pretty perilous because my manager was so incompetent. This was the kind of manager who, like, they tried to be your buddy and, like, they thought they were shielding you from the rest of the company, but really they were just breaking down communication and making it impossible for anyone to actually develop a common understanding. So that kind of sucked. That was one of many things that sucked. Of course, if that wasn't my first job and I wasn't, like, naive and didn't know what to look for, then I wouldn't have stayed there nearly as long, and I wouldn't have gotten lucky with the stock options, and I wouldn't have been able to have as much freedom in the jobs I took after that. Oh yeah, negotiation in startups. Yeah, when I worked at Siftio, it was, well, I don't know. A lot of things were weird about that, but I really enjoyed being able to stop coming into the office because, I don't know, that was when I was just like starting to really, really burn out hard, just overworking myself on finishing the firmware that I was working on. And I really liked not having to come into the office because I felt way more productive when I worked on it at home. And I think that might have been a little harder if it was a different size company. VMware would have been a really, I mean, you could kind of work from home sometimes at VMware, but they really did not like remote employees. The part of the company I was in did this acquisition partway through my tenure there. There was this graphics company, Tungsten Graphics, did Linux graphics drivers. VMware bought them and did a terrible, terrible job with everything. Like, all that incompetent VMware management just tried to break everything that was actually working about that team. And it was this great distributed team that was, open source developers all over the world, and they just kind of like wanted everybody to be in one spot. And so they didn't get that wish, but like they pushed for that really hard. And so some people relocated to smaller offices, to kind of partially consolidate. We had some meetings where we flew everyone out and put them all up for a while. And they just generally spent a ton of money doing stuff that was extremely ineffective. And then still ended up just kind of destroying everyone's trust and breaking the team apart. Like, the whole point of the acquisition was, okay, there's this team that is already amazing at doing this thing that we want to get into doing, and so like we need to learn from them and have this really great team like working for us and with us. And then somebody in acquisitions didn't get that memo. What a mess. And then a bunch of people from VMware jumped ship to Facebook. I thought they were nuts. I still think they're nuts. I probably could have made a lot of money doing that, but I'm really glad I didn't, because I would have hated myself, and I would have hated my job, and it would have been awful. But a lot of my coworkers did that. Like, some of the people who were, like, because the side of the company I worked on was, like, low-level stuff, like the insides of virtual machines and stuff. So some of the people from that side went to work on, like, language virtual machine kind of stuff at Facebook. Some of my more distant friends working on the user interface parts of VMware just went to work on user interface parts of Facebook. I know I didn't do that to the last ones, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know what was on the minds of my colleagues who went to work for Facebook. Like, I don't think they saw Facebook as... Like, well, I don't think most people saw Facebook as super evil at the time. I mean, I don't know what the general feel of, like, I don't know if you talked to the average person, would they think Facebook is super evil? But I don't know. I remember at the time, it seemed like a lot of people didn't really think of Facebook that way, but it seemed pretty obvious to me. I don't know. Like, people would just drink the Kool-Aid. They'd be really on board with the idea that they were just helping people communicate, and that was good. But I think the analogy that keeps sticking in my head is it's like congratulating yourself for helping people to breathe by owning all of the oxygen. Like, that isn't actually what's helping people. And so, like, to me it feels like an abusive relationship. You give somebody a thing that they need, which maybe displaces a different way that they had of getting the thing that they need. And then you insert yourself as the only way of fulfilling that. Like, just all these sleazy, dark patterns they use to keep people stuck in their system. And so, I don't know, that still fuels my feeling of like, wow, I really don't know how to find good people, because I thought these were good people, and then a bunch of them ended up working for Facebook, so what happened there? There's so much rationalization, though. Like, This person I'm thinking of, who I probably knew best, who worked at VMware and then went to Facebook, like they just thought they were helping people out. They rationalized away all the negative parts. You know, they tried to hire me. They tried to talk me into working on some technology thing for them. So I actually went to their campus and interviewed. Ate lunch there. I think I ate. I don't know. They invited me to. I don't remember if I wanted to eat anything. It's super weird, though. Like, just left me wondering, like, how can I destroy this place? Like, under what conditions would this no longer need to exist? Yeah, Facebook and Google have different things they do. Facebook is... Somebody said this recently, that Facebook is more about like intentionally doing evil things with AI, and Google is more about accidentally doing evil things with AI. Or Google is more about accidentally doing it. I really hate the way we just lump all this under AI also, because, like, I don't know, I've had rants about intelligence before and how, like, I think intelligence is not an especially useful concept, and the fact that we try to use this to distinguish between machines that do a particular thing and machines that don't do a particular thing is not at all helpful or useful. And if we could just think of these as like classifiers or statistical algorithms, that would be a lot more useful than thinking of them as like little humans in a box. Maybe the problem is people don't write AI code from scratch anymore. People just download TensorFlow or whatever. I took an AI class in college where I was like writing classifier algorithms just like in Python using floating point numbers. And I think that helped me learn some things. That was like one of very few college classes that I really got a lot out of. A lot of it I just felt like the professor didn't know what they were talking about and I couldn't trust them. But I actually had some pretty good... I took 2 of those AI classes. It was a series, and both classes actually had pretty good teachers. Didn't get anything out of my computer architecture class. I just snoozed through it because it was like all stuff I had done before. Got a pretty shitty grade in it. Bob says, pick an industry and I'll tell you how it's unethical. Yeah, basically. Plastic's nice and gooey around here. See, the thing is, once you've gotten to the point where you understand the nuances of the unethical conduct in your particular industry, I feel like you've got a responsibility to push against that. And I guess I get frustrated with the apathy at big companies. My personal crusade at VMware was mostly around security, since I guess I didn't see a lot of, people being mistreated directly. I'm sure that happened, but I wasn't really party to it. So the stuff that I saw that bothered me the most at VMware specifically was just this complete lack of concern towards security. And so I would try to have discussions with people who actually cared, and there were a few of them, but the vast majority of people were just making life harder for the people who cared. And then would spend some of my free time there just like looking for vulnerabilities to see if I could find any that would actually wake people up so they would care. I found some that weren't quite exploitable enough to wake people up. And then I had some like near misses where like I would find a bug and then fix it internally without really thinking about trying to write an exploit. And then like years later, someone would write an exploit against this old bug, and it's like, oh, I already fixed that. I should have written an exploit for it back then. Because that's the thing, like you do this code where it's like, oh, this is like infrastructure improvement for our Blitter engine, and no one cares. But oh, this fixes like 10 security issues, then maybe people care. I think that's all the wires. Now we get to figure out how this all fits together. So, tweezers and Kapton tape. So here I'm just going to put some tape on that channel right there. And since it's strong and it blends in, I'll use some of this, I don't know what kind of tape this is. This is not gaff tape. It's a little thicker than I usually expect masking tape to be, but maybe it's a type of masking tape. You know, I'm a little worried about this tape peeling off now. Maybe what I can do is use this tape and then put a little bit of epoxy or super glue in this channel to hold it down. Oh yeah, did my computer architecture class use like a particular processor? I don't remember having a class that had much assembly language in it, actually. Oh, we used x86, that's right. Oh, that was, what a mess. We had this lab full of DOS machines, and somebody had built these little boxes that hooked up to the parallel port and had some like buttons and encoders and stuff. And so we were writing programs with like Turbo C and DOS to access the I/O ports directly, which I thought was kind of fun because, well, I don't know. I thought it was partially fun because it was like stuff I'd done before, and it was like, oh, I know how to do this. But it was partially really a hassle because it was a group project, and my teammates, I was having trouble working with them, and that just kind of killed the whole experience for me. I think this was this huge impedance mismatch because I was like excited about the subject material, but bored by the whole prospect of just doing the project. And so I think maybe in hindsight, if I had been better at communicating with people and better at teaching, I probably could have actually gotten a lot out of trying to teach my lab mates. But I think at the time, I wasn't really thinking about it from that perspective, and they weren't really that excited about it, and I think they just wanted to get through the class. And so it just didn't really go anywhere. I think I ended up doing most of the work and they didn't learn much, and we all had a terrible time. Oh, these need to come out also. Where are those going? So all of these go this way and then around there. Okay. So much rattling. I'm thinking ahead and wondering if I'm going to have to use the multimeter to figure out which of these wires go where. Yeah, two little pieces of wire there. I'm starting to like the idea of putting some glue in this channel to hold the wires in. I don't think this tape is going to really be that great long term. But this area right around the LED strip, that's what I'm really going for. Super flat, and it'll hold everything in place once I put the next piece of plastic on top. Tallest thing seems to be the solder bumps, which is kind of to be expected. Okay, and then all of these actually go through here too. Trying not to cross the wires when they're in this channel, because that'll just make them not lay flat. Almost just want to like flood some super glue under here and then peel off the tape, but that would take forever to dry. Let's do this side. Remember the radius for this piece. The wire should come out to about there at least. This is plenty of room. Oh, there's a little twist there, but I think it's fine. It's annoying to get rid of, and it's not very thick. Twitch plays is an awesome model for the economy, says K. Timken. Yeah, pretty much. Just a bunch of humans doing whatever they like, doing human stuff. Oh man, that song is so loud in my head and the bot still hasn't heard it. I think I'm safe. This is definitely preparation for a glue up rather than being a final thing. I wonder if, There are various glues I could use. I think 5-minute epoxy is probably the thing to use. And just use small amounts of that in the right places. Some extra bits of wire that I could just stick down wherever. Sometimes I think it would be nice to be part of an organization that values the things I create more than I do. So I have a hard time valuing things after I'm done creating them. Just thinking about an LED art thing I made that involved tons of wiring like this. And now I kind of just don't even want to look at it. Oh, okay, I misattributed that. That was totally Bob. Bob Pokert says Twitch plays resource allocation. Nice. Robert is asking what the current Yak stack is. I guess responding to him here won't do any good because I don't think they're actually on the stream right now. But current Yak stack is, I guess it starts with having a cat, or maybe being a human. Top of Yak stack, I'm a human who needs to exist and do things, and have emotions and friends and creative output and all that. And maybe even food and a place to live. That's the top of the Yak stack, I guess. Maybe right below that is some combination of having a cat and wanting to share the cat on the internet. And then various layers of robots and technological planning. And then eventually I'm wiring up this pile of LEDs to go on top of the robot. These are partly aesthetic and partly for navigation purposes. Feeling when the wires cross over. I am pretty happy that the LEDs are going to have their own separate current limiting from the control electronics. So if something goes wrong here, then just the LEDs go off. little bit like laying out a circuit board if you really try to get them not to cross, which is difficult. Yeah, Kay Timken says, at some point there was something about cats and LEDs and a cat and a robot and a sensor saucer, but mostly I think most of the stack was the human condition, really. Yeah, humans, so weird. Yeah, so much of the human condition is super weird. I guess the other part that I have trouble with humans is just the way that it seems like, you know, people can just care so much about you one minute and then just completely not care at all the next. I have trouble with that one. And that kind of conditional friendship, I don't know, it's easy to get used to that, I think. I don't know how to find an alternative. Keep that in frame. Take bets on how long it'll be until I give myself a serious hand injury with this tape dispenser, because it has a really sharp tear-off bar. This is the area where all the wires are coming together, if that wasn't obvious. Just packing wires into this channel and then taping them down. It is nice that these little channels that are like, what, 6 millimeters wide or something, I can easily fit like 8 wires through. I mean, I could have made the channels wider. To some extent. I mean, there would have been problems with support material and with maybe just general strongness at some point. But the main reason I chose this shape and size was because of design simplicity at the time. I think I'm going to do the epoxying before the rest of the wiring and testing, because I think I'm not actually covering up any of the joints, so it'll be really easy to redo joints if I need to. And I want the wire to actually be tacked down pretty much as soon as possible at this point. In the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regulated as a bad move. Much later, some kind of cat tracking robot came into existence, and this was much less controversial, with apologies to Douglas Adams. Thanks, Kyle. Oh, yeah. You probably can't see that flat bundle of cables, but that's super satisfying to me. We'll take a closer look at this once I'm done moving it around every 5 seconds. Ideally, I'd be able to apply some glue at each end of these relevant tape joints that are covering the channel that I want the wires to sit in. Let's maybe make sure they're organized well at both sides. Yeah, stuff like that. So let's do a quick test fit of this other plastic piece, because I think right now most of our risks are mechanical rather than electrical. And then if this fits, I'm going to mix up some epoxy, and that might be the last thing I do in this stream, doing some epoxy. Oh, you know, these are designed to go together with screws. I could actually put the screws in. How long are these screws? I need to ask the CAD model how long these screws are. Oh, that's right, I was having trouble with this earlier. I might need to turn off the other monitor. I think somehow I got Windows into a mode where it wants to... Well, so I told Windows to enable one display, but then I think it just automatically switches to the other display if I turn off the only one that's disabled, so I think that's what's going on right now. What's up, Tuco? You back from the hallway? I don't think I have any relevant stuff in there. Oh, Fusion is kind of slow even on this really fast computer. Yawn. Oh, it's late. All right, CAD model. So we are here on this piece specifically. So just for a little bit of orientation, here's the robot as a whole. Whoa. Sometimes I get confused about which side is the front and which side is the back, which makes it a little hard to fly. So here's the robot. Camera goes down here. Nylon cords attached up here at the top. These are the carbon fiber rods that kind of frame the whole robot. So if we just start turning stuff off. So that's the piece that we were just working on, with the LED strips hanging out in there. And that's the ring. Here's the screws. So we can just measure these. There, M3 by 35. Let's get some of those. Apparently all of my M3x35s are stainless. I'll take it. I mean, these are different than the screws I'm using everywhere else, but they'll be nice. Oh good, I gave these plenty of clearance, I think. Oh, this piece also had a slight printing defect, which might be eating into my clearance. Oh yeah, I feel that too. Kay Temkin says there's something about looking at a big CAD project that makes me just automatically assume the person who made them is much more skilled. Yeah, I think I'm gradually discovering as I get older that most people really don't know what they're doing, and a lot of things that look like they really have a lot of thought put into them are just kind of the easy thing that people do. Which isn't to say that everything is lacking in magic, but I think most things are way more mundane than people assume. This feels like it's a little bit undersized for this tool, or for this screw. What about the pink wrench? Pink wrench is too big, is it? Pink wrench is definitely too big. Lime green wrench it is. There we go. So actually the sensor saucer goes below this, but I'm going to ignore that. So these screws are going to stick out longer than they're meant to. Oh man, the ball driver combined with the slightly larger screw than this tool makes it really hard to use that side. Anyway, I expect this to be uneventful. I just want to do a quick mechanical fit. Oh, this is covered up by tape. There we go. Uncovering my screw hole so I can actually put this together. That's nice. Come on. Okay. I think that fits. I think I made everything flat enough. Check that out. Yeah. Oh, that was a silly place to stop. Oh, I reverse engineer stuff I design myself all the time. I think that's how I think honestly what I do is I have a really bad memory. I just reverse engineer stuff all the time. So I forget how my own stuff works too, and then I just have to reverse it quickly. Okay, I could tighten these down, but I think this is sitting really nicely. I think this is fine. So let's just continue. I'm going to break this trying to get it apart now. One of these, I think the screw actually has some decent clearance. The other one's a little tight because of a printing defect. I had a slight layer offset for part of the print, which I then fixed. Man, that ball driver keeps slipping. Get a different screwdriver for this. Come on. There we go. Yes, there we go. Oh, I think these are stainless because I use these for an art project where I think this was something I used for the little triangle. No, those were all button head. What did I use these for? My habit is usually to buy stainless for art projects and regular, like, carbon steel oxide coated screws for like stuff that doesn't have to look good, because I don't usually need the corrosion resistance. Okay, so test fit is good. I'm not going to worry about wiring these just yet. I think it's glue time. So I think one thing that I want to do is I really want to be sure that I can get all of these glued like right next to the surface. So I'm going to tear off some of this tape, but I'm also going to add some tape. I just want to make sure we expose some key locations for dropping epoxy. I want to make sure that I can actually get the glue right up in there. And then over here, since I want the joints to eventually end up flat, I'm going to glue the loose end, or tape the loose ends down carefully. I'm just making a mess with tape on my fingers. Yeah. Subtle. Oh, that'll be fine. Okay. That's a little bit haphazard, but I think it'll be good. I've got all the, I think, relevant areas exposed. I think that'll be alright once I add glue to the areas I plan to add it to. Okay. And this time I think 5-minute epoxy is the job, because I don't think E6000 is going to be strong enough. I think little dabs of epoxy is the way to go. 30-minute epoxy. Maybe we'll use that. I was looking for more of these disposable cups, and I found this unopened pack of 30-minute epoxy, which might be a better choice than 5-minute for this particular job. This one is missing its cover. There's the cover. Sets in 30 minutes, handling time 45 to 60 minutes, full bond in 8 hours. So that'll be fine for this. Use this in just the right spots. And equal amounts. Looks like we have a seal in here. Sealed for your protection. Not the protection of whoever's opening the seal, of course. Gross. Resin. Contains mercaptan hardener. That sounds delightful. I'm going to try to use the markings on the side here, although I'm not entirely sure how accurate that's going to be. Oh, I haven't cut the caps right. So release the pressure. I should probably use a scale for this, but I think the main scale I have for mixing stuff doesn't go down this small. I'm just trying to use the markings on the side of the cup. that's about right. A little more resin. Might be more of this than I actually need. Maybe I'll use a glue syringe again. That actually works super well for the E6000. Glue syringe. Trying to fill it without introducing any bubbles, which was a pain last time. All right. I need to move the camera because it's right where I need my head to be right now. So, I want this basically around everywhere I need the wires to stay down. And I can really just press the wire directly with the syringe, because that's actually a pretty good surface for doing that with. I can just use small amounts of it to hold the wire against the channel. Okay, glad I didn't use the 5-minute epoxy for this. That would have been nerve-wracking. I hope I mixed this stuff right. if I attach the LED strips using a different glue, E6000, and that's one that dries to stay somewhat flexible, which seemed helpful for the larger joints where that would be useful. For these, like, I could see E6000 kind of working for these, but I could also see it coming apart pretty easily because of the low surface area. Getting close to the end of this syringe. Might have to refill it. Oops. I was pulling a vacuum. Let's try actually pulling epoxy. That's better. I hear you, Tuco. What's up? What do you want? Are you just saying hi? Hi. Yeah. Brown. Put it a little thick right there. Brown. Do you want to play, Tuco? I kind of want to play too. I'm almost done gluing this though. And maybe we can play. I feel like most of the time the chat ends up being super interesting and I don't actually have time to pay attention to it all during the stream, but then like I can catch up on it afterwards and find interesting bits I missed. It's interesting, if I put the syringe right on top of a bundle of wires, I can actually force epoxy between the gaps in the wire bundle, which is kind of neat. think that's everything. This is the time to take off any epoxy or remove any wires, but so far things look all right. Anything else need epoxy while I've got part of a syringe full? Yeah, it's starting to thicken. I feel like it's more useful to have a disposable glue syringe full of excess glue than not full of excess glue, you know? Alright, well, I'm not really sure if I need to do anything else with that, but we have it. Might be good for another 10 minutes or so. And then we have our LED panel, so it still needs a little bit of wiring, but it's mostly done. Ready to light up the top of our bot. Briefly look at the other side, but I shouldn't flip it over for long. Okay, I'm going to set this here to mostly not be disturbed for 8 hours or so. I'm going to wash my hands briefly just to make sure I don't have epoxy residue on there, and then maybe we can play with Tuco a little bit before wrapping this up. The cat. I don't know where Tuco is right now. Hey, Tuco. Hey, Tuco, you outside? He's really purring lots right now. He seemed really happy that I came out to find him. He was he was kind of running back from the laundry room, pretty happy out in the hall. I don't know if you could see him. Oh, he's really into this. Aw, you're so cuddly, Tuco. Oh, he's making some happy noises. You looking for a toy, Tuco? You done with that, Tuco? I think it might be time for the other kind of IPA. Get a beer and go upstairs and relax with Tuco for a bit. Hope you all enjoyed the Tuco petting. Catching up with chat briefly before wrapping this up. I guess this conversation between Robert and Kyle, I probably can't talk to Robert since they're not listening, but yeah. Well, I had fun too. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I guess you don't need to be looking at the floor as the stream ends. I can't tell if Tuco wants to go back outside or if he just wants more attention. It's too late to go back outside. I'm going to see if he and I can hang out upstairs in the loft for a bit, and then I'm going to get some sleep. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. This was a fun stream. Got to do some more building, make some more progress in the bot. Got to try to tear up some gears. Got to mostly fail at that, which was nice. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about where this is going. So yeah, thanks everybody for stopping by, and I'm gonna wrap it up, but yeah, until next time, happy hacking. We'll be doing some more of this pretty soon, I'm sure. Tuco's like meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.